Peace, peace. Greetings to you all. It's your brother Naheem, BKA Lord Abba, aka Mr. Just the Facts. Family, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit subscribe. If you aren't subscribed, hit that little bell icon next to the subscribe button so you can get notified every single time we go live. You know, become a part of the notification nation. Support the platform. You could use the super chat, or you can cash app us using the cash app handle, which is the $ be the power. You can also become a monthly contributor via Patreon. Share the video out, family. Let's get this thing going. We're going to talk about some things tonight. You know, is America a racist country? And we witness Republicans who have spoken out against the 1619 project, right? Now, I have my critiques about the 1619 project insofar as it starting the slavery narrative. We've gone over history on this platform. 1619 doesn't necessarily start the type of slave or enslavement that we've come to know in our history books, right? Peace to everybody that's just joining in. And particularly for our reparations claim, I was watching the video from Charlemagne, and he brought up the 1619 project. He was giving Republicans the donkey of the day for there, and he was playing some of those comments. And the like I said, the problem with the 1619 project to me is starting there when it comes to slavery for our justice claim. 1619, many can say it opened the door for things to come, right? But during that time period, it wasn't slavery as we know it. This is just a historical fact, and I'll pull up the references and the sources when or if I need to. But that is not the critique of the neo-Confederates, because that's what they are. They are the neo-Confederates. That is not their critique, and that is not the purpose of their critique. So let me go to this Fox News article, because this is their people right here, the neo-Confederates. Got BTP Josh in the building.
What's good, family?
Hold on, somebody else just jumped in, Brother Ali. All right, so let's look at this headline. McConnell, Republicans say Biden administration embrace of 1619 project needs to stop, quote, divisive nonsense. Biden disbanded Trump's presidential 1776 commission promoting, quote unquote, patriotic education. And it speaks about some of the things that this devil, Mitch McConnell, has said. And this guy is the devil. He is the epitome of a neo-Confederate. He said Americans do not need or want their tax dollars diverted from promoting the principles that unite our nation toward promoting radical ideologies meant to divide us. Well, he must be talking about that other America that Martin Luther King is talking about, because we don't give a damn about what those Americans think about our history and tax dollars, because they have diverted tax dollars since America's inception to their own causes, to be utilized at their own will, while boxing us out of it, even though our tax dollars were still going into funding whatever. And there's a couple of other quotes. Let me see if I can find some of them. Let me see. Taxpayer-supported programs should emphasize the shared civic virtues that bring us together, not push radical agendas that tear us apart. So this was, I think, a letter that the GOP, yeah, wrote to, let me see. They said instead, certain schools and now the federal government are trying to inject, quote, divisive, radical, and historically dubious propaganda into the classrooms, the senator wrote. I would love to have Nicole Hannah-Jones come on one day, get her view on this topic, because I believe that it's important that we have the conversation, especially when we're dealing with reparations. You have anything you want to add to that, bro? These
yes, definitely. Well, what I found interesting as I was reading about it and posting about it the other day, I actually made a post about this in the Be the Power group on Facebook, where I pulled up an article speaking about the fact that, these Confederates are pretending to have a problem with the 1619 project, right? Yet and still, I went back and I pulled up all of the, well, not all of them, a bunch of articles on the Daughters of the Confederacy and what they were allowed to do to textbooks in terms of the revision of the Civil War history, which is American history, and I was wondering if there was this outcry with regard to our children in school being taught, quote unquote, revisionist history and this bad history and stuff, when the Daughters of the Confederacy took it upon themselves to fuck around with the textbooks for our children. You see what I'm saying?
Rewrite the history.
I don't recall any kind of outcry like this, the way they're going at the 1619 project, it's propaganda, it's revisionist, it's bad history, all of these different things they're saying about it. I don't remember them, the Republicans in particular, because they seem to be the ones that are pretending to have such a problem with it. I don't remember them having a problem with what the Daughters of the Confederacy had done to the textbooks. Not at all. So the point is, the hypocrisy is very real.
That's right, brother Josh. Yeah, I don't think brother Josh.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
You bring up that's an excellent point, Ali. And we're talking about that's something that's been ongoing since the 19th century. We're in the 21st century. So they didn't have any problems with terrible history, revisionist history, when it came to with the Lost Cause movement, including the Daughters of the Confederacy, the Sons of Confederate Veterans, all these white supremacist hate groups that were in charge of rewriting the history, that were in charge of making white supremacy a literary propaganda arm in public schools, to shape the perspective of the public school system, from really the beginning of America's public schools. And then that, if you think about the population growth, how many people, it was way more people that were affected with the way that they downplayed the role of American slavery, the evils of slavery, the horrors of slavery, in whitewashed even the Reconstruction period and the Jim Crow era. That was an ongoing thing. You think the Daughters of the Confederacy, these textbooks were still being written, every 3 years or 5 years? You think they didn't have their hands in those books until recent years, and who knows, they still may be working with them now. We don't know their influence, the level of their influence. I don't anyway, but they didn't have any problems with that until now. You think about the 1619 project, you know, they didn't have no problem. So yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Ali's saying, because I was gonna say the same thing, bro. That's one point.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy, man, because these people have no consideration, right? And so that's why I don't have any problems with the use of the term devil, right? And you know, for those of y'all who saw the series Them, we were supposed to do a whole breakdown on them, but those who saw Them, this is exactly what it was talking about. You know, the fact that Black people have to recognize who they're dealing with in this country, who it is you're actually dealing with, right? These people in particular, the ones who have a problem with us being citizens in this country, because really that's what we're talking about. People who have a problem with us simply being citizens, being able to exercise and access all the things that would make somebody an American. To this day, they still have problems with that. And so I don't have a problem with the term devil. And so what they're doing is they're demonstrating their nature by doing what they're doing. Have no regard for the fact that for years they had our children going to schools named after devils and slaveholders, Confederate army members and shit like that, right? No problems with that. No problems naming military bases after these people. No problems with any of that stuff. But if we start trying to tell our story and it makes people uncomfortable, it's just like the other people who have a problem with critical race theory. They have a problem with it because it makes them uncomfortable.
That's right.
You go ahead, bro.
Right. So those familiar with the BTP platform know that I've referenced this book all the time, White by Law by Ian Haney Lopez. And what this book does is it speaks to how whiteness was created by the European, right? It's this term white. And in the Moorish teachings, we caught flack over this particular portion of the questionnaire. And it's because people didn't understand race in America. So in the questionnaire, the question is asked and answered, what title does Satan give himself? And the answer is God. It then asks, can you define white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. So for years we had these debates, and people was like, look, that's some old white supremacy stuff, because they didn't understand the questionnaire. They didn't understand the question before that. What title does Satan give himself? We just heard Ali speak about calling them devils, and that's just what they are. Some people might not like that language, and it sometimes depends on who it's coming from. But remember, we did a whole book club on a book called The Devil You Know, where Charles Blow literally says we fled from the devil we know to the devil we knew, thinking that we was gonna go somewhere else and live better lives, only to find out that it was basically, I'm paraphrasing, the same devil. So the devil we knew back where we were fleeing from was the same exact devil when we got to what he dubbed destination cities like New York, Chicago, Detroit, Midwest, California, etc. So I want to read out of this book. It's a quote that Ian Haney Lopez cites by a man named Richard Ford. I don't know who Richard Ford is. I may have looked him up when I was reading the book and highlighting this stuff when I first brought the book. So I guess y'all can look him up and, find out his credentials, etc. But what he says here is striking, because we have to go back to what I said about what we were teaching in the Moorish movement. What title does Satan give himself? God. So Satan reverses things. Things. It says this, and this is on page 21, chapter I think this is chapter 1. Yeah, chapter 1, white lines. This guy, Richard Ford, he says, advances a psychospatial version of this point, right? Okay, matter of fact, let me start from here. Let me start from here because this is important. This is important. I'm gonna start from here. It says, this is on page 20. Witness the close connection between the negative characteristics imputed to blacks and the reverse positive traits attributed to whites. Blacks have been construed as lazy, ignorant, lascivious, and criminal. Whites as industrious, knowledgeable, virtuous, and law-abiding. White means purity. Purity means God. God means the ruler of the land. For each negative characteristic ascribed to people of color, an equal but opposite and positive characteristic is attributed to whites. To this list, the prerequisite cases add whites as citizens and others as aliens. Now, that's why I think this book is so important in understanding that. It continues. The prerequisite cases show that whites fashion an identity for themselves that is the positive mirror of the negative identity imposed on people of color. This observation has been made in different contexts with different language. For example, Richard Ford advances a psychospatial version of this point. And he says, in order for the concept of a white race to exist, there must be a black race, which is everything the white race is not. Red, of course, does not want to be associated with. Thus, the most debased, stereotypical attributes of the quote-unquote black savage are none other than the guilty projections of white society. This white self-regard is at the root of race bigotry in all of its forms. It is not a fear of the other, but a fear and loathing of the self. It is not so much the construction of blackness which matters. It is the construction of whiteness as the absence of those demons the white subject must project on to the other. So I go back to the lessons. What title does Satan give himself? Satan is Satan. Satan does satanic and devilish and beastie things, right? Does the things that a beast does. But
that's right.
It has the power in the psychospatial sense to reverse the thing that they are and project it onto this other people. I want to read one more thing. It says, by way of comparison, that's the end quote, and this is the author speaking. By way of comparison, Toni Morrison describes the same oppositional constructivism and the literary fabrication of whiteness through the depiction of black, quote-unquote, Africanist subjects. Toni Morrison said this: Africanism is the vehicle by which the white American self knows itself as not enslaved, but free, not repulsive, but desirable, not helpless, but licensed and powerful, not historyless, but historical, not damned, but innocent, not a blind accident of evolution, but a progressive fulfillment of destiny. You know, the term manifest destiny comes to mind there. That's end quote. And the author then goes on to say, whatever the language used, it is clear that white identity is tied inextricably to non-white identity as its positive mirror, its superior opposite. This is essentially what we're seeing, family, with this want to get rid of the 1619 project. And I, like I said earlier, I do have my critiques. I do have some critiques in that regard, and because it kind of muddies the justice claim for reparations, which starts in basically 1776, when the United States of America becomes a nation. Everything else before that is colonial, and it basically spreads out, because now we're not dealing with any discernible entity by which justice can be delivered. So anybody want to touch on that before we move on? Was anything I just read?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, right along the lines, when you're talking about the devil, it just made me think of that. My green screen. This is my first green screen, so you see me
crazy.
moving around. I'm trying to get it right now. But yeah, I guess it's not working like
working. It ain't working right now.
It ain't working out.
I mean, it's trying, but it's not. It's just quite not getting it.
Yo, your green screen is official, man. I thought I bought the big joint.
No, I got like a whole. This thing cover my whole wall.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. So, yeah, I was just saying, like, when you're talking about the devil, man, yeah, we should have been done that Dem program, but it just made me think about another movie, The Usual Suspects, and the quote I always remember from that movie, y'all say it with me: the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was convincing you that he didn't exist.
That he didn't exist.
Yeah. And so that's kind of what they're doing now. They're trying to convince you that their evils did not exist. You want to erase the history of those evils in America, and then you want to acknowledge, or you want to try to propagate the fact that those evils are not still present, even when we see the evidence of them on our timeline every day. Even though we feel that when we go out in America and interact with people, when we see what the police are doing, when we look at our policy in America. So, yeah, that devil, it may not be active in the same form, but we still feel the evil, and we still feel the heat. We still feel the energy from that devil. And America has to address that. And I want to come back around. See that now, that green screen straight. I want to come back around to the topic of what we're talking about. Is America racist, right? I want to come back to that, but because I don't know if you ready to get into that right now.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Because that's all I was doing, was extending that point, right? That it is projection at the end of the day to say that America is not racist, and you're trying to erase the 1619 project. You see? So, but yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, bro.
And I'm gonna pull up Tim Scott's quote in a minute. There's an article that I want to read from, but go ahead.
Yeah,
bro.
I want to pass it to Ali, because when we get into it, I got like some points I want to talk about and address it directly. So I'm gonna pass it to Ali.
Okay. Well, check this out. Talking about projection, right? This is real interesting. I put in the inbox, and I'm sure y'all saw it. It was a YouTube video I was watching. I've seen it before, but something made me watch it again. Levittown, the crisis in Levittown, 1957. Because I'm thinking about the movie Them, or the miniseries Them that came on, and basically what they were talking about in Them, and I'm gonna bring it into racism in America. What they were talking about in Them was racism in America, right? But it was basically about a particular family and their plight as they came out of the South during the so-called Great Migration and moved out west into California, into this Levittown type of community where they faced all of this racial animosity and whatever, right? Even though they were running from out of the South. So you're talking about from the South all the way out to California, you're still dealing with this racial animosity, this hatred, this racial terrorism, the whole thing, right? It wasn't just socially, it was also governmental, right? We already know about it because we talk about it all the time. Racial housing covenants. We talk about um, what's the other thing? Redlining, which is connected to it, right? So the banking institutions were in on it. The federal housing administration was in on it. The homeowners loan association was in on it, right? All of these government agencies, along with private institutions, banking institutions, I'm sure realtors, a whole bunch of people, attorneys, or all these people are in on this stuff. So it's baked into, in terms of racism in America, is baked into American society by way of its citizens. Like, you can't separate racism from the citizenry. They would like to say America is not racist, but you can't separate racism from the citizens, because the citizens are what make up the country. That's what makes up the country, is the citizens. And so if that's ingrained in the psyche of the majority population, what the hell do you mean it's not a racist country? Right? And so in any case, watching the Levittown documentary, which is really where the story about the family from, it comes from the Black family who first moved into Levittown. In the documentary, they're talking about the guy came back as a war veteran, just like the husband in the Them series. He came back as a war veteran, and he came back, he was an engineer, right? And he was an engineer like the same way the husband was an engineer. So they kind of like lifted that. They had 3 children, same story. Went to Levittown, which was in Pennsylvania, not in California, but Pennsylvania. There's also a Levittown in New York, but they went to the one in Pennsylvania, and all of the stuff they were talking about in Them, the white mob showing up in the front of their house, the terrorism that they tried to apply pressure to the family to get them out. They were talking about how some organization was behind, the NAACP was behind it, and they was trying to move them in so they could cause trouble, and they was concerned about race mixing. Or if our kids grow up with their kids, they're gonna, only thing that's gonna happen is race mixing, and they're gonna want to start intermarrying with our kids, and we can't have it. And it was all of this stuff going on, but basically this shit comes right out of the actual history of Levittown, Pennsylvania, and the family. I think they were man, I forget the name of the family, but you guys can pull it up. It's called Crisis in Levittown, Pennsylvania, 1957. Pull that up on YouTube, and it basically lays out where the idea, I guess, for them and the Black family and them came from, and the racism that's baked into the society from the East Coast to the West Coast. But I'll stop there.
Indeed, brother. Logic is in the building. What's going on, bro?
Peace. Man, you know what it is. We got to get straight to it. So we talking about, are we gonna play some footage tonight? Are we gonna play some videos tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking about playing, Lane Calloway's videos.
No, we're sticking to the races, the topic of the program. I think it's important for people to hear, what Tim Scott said, what Kamala Harris said, and I wouldn't even mind playing Godfrey. Let people, and then let's throw Godfrey out there and let him do his thing. But in order to dealing with the subject matter at hand and this whole deception of America not being a racist country, America has to be a racist country. It can't not be a racist country. The only way America could stop being a racist country is to, one, get rid of the race classification system. You can't use the race classification system to identify your citizens and not be a racist country. They go hand in hand. It doesn't make any sense, right? And because the public is grossly ignorant, they don't even understand what racism is. So you don't get racism unless you have the race classification and the race concept. Let's talk about it. What is that? What am I talking about, right? What is race? So the People's Institute created a very good working definition of race, right? What is race? The human race, right? let's let me pull. I'm not going to share any screens, but we're going to use some working definitions, man. Race is and racism, right, as a system is prejudice plus power. So prejudice combined with power, right? So we got to understand race as a biological concept was created in the 15th century. First and foremost, that before the 15th century, race was not a biological concept. First and foremost, right? So that in the 18th and 19th centuries, right, during the height of European colonialism in Africa, right, and when Christianity was going into Africa and the Europeans were shedding their Christian values and ideologies, right, scientists, intellectuals had to come up with a new worldview to justify their nation's conquest of Africa. So scientists created the racial categories of Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid, and assigned them to assigned them to a hierarchy in the human family: 1, Caucasoid; 2, Mongoloid; 3, Negroid. These categories are still taught in some U.S. schools today, right? So now they use that as the biological lens. Then it came to the color code, right? So U.S. race colored lenses, right? The worldview based on race was created by Europeans in the 15th century to justify and legitimize European conquest of Africa and the Americas, and the genocide and system of slavery which resulted from the conquest. European Americans added some key aspects to the race lens as they colonized and conquered the land that they were once called, whatever the indigenous names were, right? Oh, okay. So, we have to understand that there's a lot that goes into race. And before you can decide or weigh in on if America is racist or not, you have to know what racism is. And you have to understand that as long as you use the race classification system, there is no way you can't be racist, because it's baked into that, right? It's baked in. There's no way you can get around it. So I'm gonna leave with one last definition, and we can move on to something else. But we just have to get that understood. I encourage anyone to look up the People's Institute. They got a lot of good definitions of racism, race, white supremacy, all that good stuff. But get really knowledgeable on that. In fact, I would just let y'all look that up and get into that yourselves, man. So, I'll pass it on.
Yeah, I was trying to find the videos of. All right, I think I found one of him saying it directly. Let me see.
Yeah.
And
so
we
while you're
can
doing that, I wanna you can cut me once you get the video, but I want to pull up Federal Directive 15, because it's not just a concept that's a de facto thing in America. It's not just something. You got it?
No, I'm go ahead,
Okay.
bro.
Well, I'm gonna share my screen though. It's not just something that's a de facto concept, or it's a way that we just see things on a societal level. It's actually something that has been taken and codified into federal policy. So my thing is, if you are gonna say America is not a racist country, when you have racism through your racial classification system, and you put that into how you collect data and how the government creates official terms to how they view the citizens, how they collect data on citizens, you have racism already embedded into federal policy. So you can't tell me you have a racial category to show how you view your citizens, and you classify your citizens based on this race. Now, you may not say it's a hierarchy, but we already know if the hierarchy, if the categorization for the hierarchy is the same as what you do to collect data, it is a racial hierarchy. You know, that's already embedded in the system. Now, this is Office of Management and Budget, OMB, Directive number 15, Race and Ethnic Standards for Federal Statistics and Administrative Reporting, as adopted on May 12, 1977. All right, let's go through it. This directive provides standard classifications for record keeping, collection, and presentation of data on race and ethnicity in the federal program, administrative reporting, and statistical activities. These classifications should not be interpreted as being scientific or anthropological in nature, nor should they be viewed as determinants of eligibility for participation in any federal program. They have been developed in response to needs expressed by both the executive branch and Congress to provide for the collection and the use of compatible, non-duplicated, exchangeable racial and ethnic data by the federal agency. So they're telling you that racial, now we know this is an artificial construct, and like they say, it's not to be interpreted as scientific or anthropological in nature. So this is just something that they created, or they adopted from the creation of a racial category, racial classification system that was made to put what? White supremacy, white people who classified as white as the top of the hierarchy, and people that are classified as black years ago, they were the bottom of the hierarchy, which was they were the enslaved population. And then you had other groups in the middle, right? Okay, so it says, you know, you got Asian, you got American Indian and Alaskan Native. You got, I'm not gonna read what all these are. We know what, you know, how to classify them. You got Asian Pacific Islander, you got black, you got Hispanic, you got white. You know, notice a white person having any origins of the original peoples of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Interesting, right? And it says Hispanic, a person of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Central, South American, or other Spanish culture origin, regardless of race. So it's interesting how they have Hispanic in here, you know, as like a you know, conglomerate of ethnicities, and you can still be Hispanic and white. You know, that's real interesting. So they said to provide utilization for record keeping and recording. To provide flexibility, it is preferable to collect data on race and ethnicity separately. If the separate race and ethnic categories are used, the minimum designations are race A, and they got all these on here, ethnicity B, Hispanic, and not Hispanic, right? So you know, this is just to show you, when you say America is not a racist country, when you still are collecting data based on racist artificial constructs, you cannot tell me, you know, and they use this to do civil rights compliance and reporting, all this. You cannot tell me it's not a racist country. Now, what does America need to do to be able to say that it's no longer a racist country? It needs to do three things. First, you need to get rid of the racial classification system.
Facts.
You get rid of the racial classification system. You get rid of the caste system that has whiteness at the top and blackness at the bottom, and there's other groups that is up at different various levels of that hierarchy. You get rid of that classification system. However, you cannot get rid of that classification system without doing the other two parts. And that is, if you want to say it's not a racist country, step number 2, or number 1B, right? That first one was 1A. 1B would be, you need to get rid of the policies that are, you need to get rid of the policies and the vestiges of white supremacy and racism in American society and American government on all levels, federal, state, local. You know, all of those need to be gone. So we're talking about, you need to get rid of all the Robert E. Lee, Fort Robert E. Lee, Fort Hood, Fort A.P. Hill, Fort Benning, all of these, they need to be renamed. You need to get rid of
deconfederatized.
You need to be, America needs to be deconfederatized on all levels. You need to get rid of racist policy in all state, local governments. You need to get rid of all racist policies, policies that promote white supremacy on the federal level.
That's right.
I'm not going to get into all of them, but we already know what they are. And shout out to those out there. Like I want to say, people doing really good work especially, you know, in the last couple of years, to on the local level and on the state level of affecting change. Shout out to our people in Chicago, the freedmen, descendants of Chicago. Shout out to them. They're doing good work on that level, affecting change on the state level, and I know they're going to have a powerful impact on the federal level too. And now, so 1C would be you need to repair the damage that was done to the freedmen, to the people that were at the bottom of that white supremacist hierarchy. So
talk to him, Josh.
America is not a racist country. We got to acknowledge
him, bro.
Was it a racist country? If you're saying it is not now, was it before? Okay, we already know there was slavery, there was Jim Crow, there was all these terrible policies that you never did repair. You never repaired the damage for. So if you want to say that you're not a racist country, but you're not going to give justice to the people that were the people that took all the hits, that had to eat all the doo-doo, that was the victim of the racist policy and supreme oppression. If you don't do damage, if you don't repair the damage, you cannot say that America is not a racist country, because that means you're committed to keeping those people at the bottom caste of society. So those three things are necessary.
Let me jump in and say this, right? So, because when it comes to reparations, I think a lot of people don't understand. Reparations is not a race-based argument. It is a damage-based argument. We're talking about justice and repair for specific harms. So we see, if you get caught up into making it a racial argument, that's a trick bag, right? That's another tactic, another trick tactic of white supremacy. So all we have to do is focus on repairing specific damages. We already know it affected and was targeted to a specific group of people. You understand? So we never have to mention race at all. And if you eliminate the race classification system, everyone's not just going to forget that it ever existed. So it's not like the records are going to just evaporate into thin air. We still have the history. We still have the record. We still have the status, the studies, right? We still understand the data that resulted from all of the harm. We understand these things. The knowledge is there. That's like the same kind of mentality. People said you had to keep Confederate statues up to remind you of slavery and whatnot. Like, that's like saying you had to continue to show a rape victim the rapist so that she don't forget that she was raped. That is just craziness, right? We live this pain. And if we're talking about a lineage-based justice claim, that don't have nothing to do with race. We don't need race. You have to understand, when you have lineage specificity and lineage focus, and your justice claim is centered around repairing specific damages, that is going to address a specific group of people, because we know who they targeted. They targeted a specific group of people with very specific policies. We are trying to be as specific as possible. So we don't want to play because when you use the race classification system, you have to deal with too much garbage cleaning. Right? Everybody's saying they black. So now we got to spend too much time deciding who's really black and who's really ain't. Did you get damaged by Jim Crow? Were you here? Did you get damaged by convict leasing? Did you get damaged by sharecropping? Did you get damaged and did you suffer the harm from chattel slavery in America? Did you suffer the harm and the damage from redlining and covenant deeds and voter suppression laws? And did you get damage from domestic terrorism and state oppression here in America? So we are targeting specific policies that were used to attack a specific group of people. All you have to do, you don't have to worry, you don't never have to mention race ever. Just talk about the specific damage, and it's going to already outline and incorporate that specific group. We don't never need race. Race is a problem, and it will always be a problem because it was created for confusion and deception. We don't never need no race.
That's right. Even right now, I just want to, because I saw you, I'm sure you saw the comments in the chat. Even right now, like, we could throw race out the window right now, because we're talking about we are freedmen, right? So that's not a race. That's not a race. That is our tribe. That's our ethnicity. So we're, everybody coming to America they and you know, looking at their we talking about by ancestry. Who is your mother? Who is your father? Who is your grandfather? Your grandmother? Great? Where? How long they been in America? What country they're from? What ethnic group are they from? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about this artificial construct where you can be from Zimbabwe that came here last week, but you get to be painted as the same as me. That's not how they do things in many other countries. They don't do things where they just lump you in by one classification. All y'all just some Negroes, you know? Exactly. No, we are the people who descend from the people who went through the most damage in America. You don't get to just come over here and be painted the same as me, you know?
So, but see, yeah. Joshua, to answer a question real quick, right? This is the systems that we need to use that already exist, right? What makes it confusing and problematic is the race classification system. That is what blurs the lines. All we need to understand is have a thorough understanding of nationality, ancestry, and ethnicity. With a thorough concept and understanding of what your nationality is, what your ancestry and ethnicity is, you will be just fine. Your ethnicity race doesn't tell you who you are or where you come from. White don't tell you that. Yellow don't tell you that. Brown don't tell you that. Black don't tell you that, right? Your ancestry tells you who you are. Your ancestry tells a story about specific people. Your ethnicity tells you who you are, right? And where you come from. Your nationality tells you who you are and where you come from. See, so anytime any naming or a term used to identify a person or a group of people, right, or a nation of people, needs to automatically associate them with land, language, and culture. You understand? So white, black, yellow, brown, don't do that. Those are terms created and social contracts created for social order, deception, and confusion. So now you don't even know who you are because you run around calling yourself black. That don't tell me who your ancestors are. You run around telling me that you're white. That don't tell me whether you're Irish, whether you're French, whether you come from Spain, whether you come from Norway, whether you're Danish. It don't tell you nothing. It's a confusing term where people can hide and where they can bury you. See, they can bury all of us in black.
And look, that's what they did. And we pointed that out on a previous program last year, which I thought was one of our more powerful programs, right? So what they do with race is they make us like a super minority and make white a super majority, and then there's everybody else in between. But once you begin to break down our people by ethnicity, it changes everything. And you'll come to find out that African Americans are the second largest ethnic group in the United States of America after German Americans, according to the statistic. Brother Ali, he has an issue with that. He doesn't believe that. He believes that we're number one, but we are the largest.
Because a lot of them are double dipping too. They double and triple dip.
and the thing with us is we can't do that.
Right.
We can't do that. So
they get overrepresented in so many ways. But like, and a lot of people like me and all the brothers on this platform, we get all the pushback. We've been going at the race classification system for so long, and you got people that love being black, and I'm not here to tell you to stop calling yourself black. I'm only here to do like my brother Lord Abba Nahim says. I'm here to give you just the facts.
Just the facts. You can call yourself black if you want to.
If you want to, do whatever you want to.
We're just saying that the system itself is bad. And Brother Cato asks, what system do we replace it with, right? And Josh, you was reading my mind, bro. Brother shared this in our chat on Twitter earlier. What system do we replace this with? I mean, before there was, what did Cynthia just say? Hold on. Cynthia just said, remember, before the social construct of race was invented, folks identified by tribe and country of origin. And this is why books like the one that I was reading from, White by Law, is so important. Books like The Invention of the White Race, both volumes by Theodore W. Allen, is so important, right? And real quick, Brother Ali, you wanted to share anything?
Yeah. What's up, man? My bad, man. I just kind of just walked in the house, so give me a few minutes.
Okay, definitely.
All right.
Brother Josh, you wanted to go in on this, or was you just showing it?
Yeah, man. I want to talk about it because we did a program last year, when we were talking about how if you break like racism and white supremacy, it requires a unity in whiteness, right? It allows them to lump together German, Italian, Irish, English, and Mexican, right? Because we're talking about that you saw where it says Hispanic is not race. It's allowed you can do it ethnicity, and they could still be lumped under white. So you're allowing all these groups to have be put into one block, and into white when they should be broken down. See, when you break this thing down, you look at it this way. We're not a minority. We're closer to the majority. Now, German American, according to the numbers, they say they have a higher, number. And I know Ali would like to probably come in and dispute that, like you said, but the freedmen, we really are the largest ethnicity in America. If we not right behind the Germans. So but guess what? We've been here since the beginning. And this right here is another chart that just goes to show you, like, if you in Delaware, you are the #1 ethnicity. You need to stop letting people classify as white. See, this is what happened when you have the racial classification system. You have people thinking that they're the majority population. No, you're not white. You're Italian. You're German. You're all of that kind. You don't get to be white. I don't accept that. So you look at Maryland. Guess what? You're the #1 ethnicity. Virginia, you're the #1 ethnicity. North Carolina, you're the #1 ethnicity. South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. What's this? No, that's not Arkansas. This is Arkansas. This is Missouri, right? Is this Missouri?
Yeah. See, we don't know how to do no divide and conquer.
That's exactly what I'm getting.
This is how we divide them up. But we want to hang on to the goddamn racial classification system so bad, we don't even know that we shooting ourselves and hamstringing our own selves by doing that. We don't let them. See, we have to give it up, right? We have to give it up to be tactically efficient, right. Just like Josh was showing you. We can divide them along those ethnic lines.
That's
See, now let me
go ahead.
Let me jump in real quick. Josh raised a great point by talking about the Latinos can also classify as white, but they keep saying the Latinos are a bigger group than African Americans, yet they're part of the white group. How are you having two different groups going on right now as majority groups? Either Latinos are white or they're Latino, right? Because think about this. They're comparing racial groups. So when they start talking about white versus black in terms of majority numbers, they're talking about a whole group of people, and it includes Latinos. Yeah. So now you're trying to turn around and say we're going to compare Latinos, which is not a racial group, to a racial group, which is the black group. How does that work? So that's not the truth. Latino is actually, or Hispanic is actually a racial group, but then they're taking that racial group and adding it to the white group to make the white number larger. And by doing stuff like that makes me know that when they start talking about German Americans are larger group than African Americans is a lie, because they're going to include people who are half German and half Irish. So somebody who's half German and half Irish is going to get included in the German American group just to ensure that group is bigger than African Americans.
Yo, look at this. Right?
Let me pull this up. I want to speak to this real quick. This person,
and after that one, the same person pull up this other one too.
I see you. KCMC92 says problem isn't. I'm guessing he's saying the problem isn't blackness. The problem is that Black Americans believe in fictive kinship. So we see all Black people as being the same as us. The other Blacks of the world don't do that. Okay. My brother Logic spoke about how we battled the racial classification system for years. At the end of the day, nobody is black. Nobody is white. Nobody is red. Nobody is yellow. Let's cut all the rest of that out. My brother Ali used to make this point all the time. Can you tell me when all the tribes of Africa got together and decided that they were going to call themselves black or call themselves African? Can you show us that point in the history? And no one can ever show that point. Did you want to speak to that, brother Logic?
Yeah, and that's after I gave data points, historical references of when the actual race classification system was established in Europe. But no one never cares about that, and they can't never come up with no date where any group of scientists, psychologists, or any other type of people, any religious groups, priesthoods in Africa or anywhere on the planet came up and said, we're going to start calling people black, white, and red. It's a European construct for divide and conquer. And this is what it does. And the other comment, the individual said that, they said that, no, not that one. It says the reason I call BS on this is because whites are never going to divide themselves into ethnic groups. They enjoy whiteness too much. See, you have to not know anything about history at all. What do you think that was going on in Germany during World War I and World War II? That was white folks dividing themselves up on ethnic lines and nationality, right? You have to go do some more history. They love fighting each other. They love, go into the venomous language of the Jews and the Germans. Go into the history of the Anglos and the Saxons before they became the Anglo-Saxons to fight against the Danish people, right? And the Norwegians, right? They always divide themselves up into ethnic groups and fight each other. They've been fighting each other their entire history. The whole entire history of Europe is nothing but a history of warfare divided on ethnic lines. They come to America and they figured out how they can become a majority over here and create a system of power called white supremacy in America, right? And base it on color lines so they can create these majorities that don't really exist. But if they divide people along racial lines, they can manufacture these racial majorities.
Mm-hmm.
But if
that's why you see
ethnically, you can break them up and say, nope, those are Italians.
I want to address this real quick, Joe.
Those are Irish. Then you know who you're dealing with. Go ahead.
Let me just address this real quick, Josh. Muffet Nellen said, can we start with one town that we completely control with black first politics before we set our sights on a county or state? Yeah. To answer your question, yes, we can start that. Who's pushing that initiative? Because I know that it's a plan of ours at Be the Power and the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, but who's pushing the black first political push that gets us from the point where we're at now?
I don't promote a black first control. I don't promote I'm just
using their terminology. That's all. Just using their terminology. We're F1.
We know what you mean. We know what you mean.
Yeah. So it's like, who's pushing that? Because I'm not hearing it from none of the other people that are in this space. I don't hear an end game.
But this is why, brother Abbott, this is why I would start state, right? I mean, local politics is very, very important, right? And if you have the numbers to do it on the local, we've talked about it plenty of times. I would definitely go for it. And 9 times out of 10, if you have those numbers there, you're already probably controlling that town politically, right? No matter how good or how bad of a job you're doing. But the reason why we focus on the state, right? Because the state comes with more actual political power.
That's right.
Instead, like, we need governors, we need control over the towns are so limited in what they can do, right? The state is what we need. We need the governor's office. We need the attorney general. See, because when you control your town, you still don't control the judicial system that you have to operate under. You still don't control the massive amount of funding that you get, right? Because you still have to go through your state senators and your state reps. And
hold on, bro.
Go ahead.
My bad. I gotta address Cato. Cato, man. Yo, let me read this. He says, so this is not a battle worth fighting to me, bro. This is the power platform, bro. You could disagree, or what you do a lot. You do a lot, and it's cool. We don't care really. But you're saying we have our ethnicity as Native Black Americans. That is not an ethnicity, not according to Federal Directive 15. That's something that you would like to identify. Then we have descendants of freedmen, which is not ethnicity according to Federal Directive 15. That's something that we would like to identify. So it is a part of a battle that's worth fighting, because we came into this thing agreeing with certain individuals who talked about flat blackness and how this term black was starting to become problematic, along with this term white, which is some of what we're touching about. And you're saying, do not make this a we are not black thing on your primary. Bro, this is Be the Power, bro. We're going to make whatever points on our platform that we feel are necessary on our platform. If you disagree, whatever day you're free, we could give you the link and you can come up here and we can have that debate. Because at the end of the day, you'll never be able to prove that you're black. Nobody on this planet will be able to prove that, because my skin is clearly brown. And if you can tell me how I get to call my brown skin black, which means that I'm using my own mind to deceive my own eyes, then that's something else. We speak in the parlance of how everybody talk so that we don't confuse anybody. We're not making this a we're not black thing on the Be the Power platform. But when it's time for this discussion to be had, we're gonna bring that up. Because nobody is black, nobody is white, nobody is red, and nobody is yellow. And if you can prove that you are, well, we give out links. Y'all already know that. And only the first thing you have to start with is just showing us your black skin. And afterward, if you can't do that, at least show me where we called ourselves this collectively in the name that, or the continent, excuse me, that got the name Africa from a bunch of Europeans. So, let me see. So now we're going to move the goalposts. He said, we are going to convince the world to abandon racial classifications instead of focusing on reparations. All right, come on, bro. I'm
all right. So let me pull this back up again, brother. Let me pull this back up again because hold on, let me pull this back up. Let me share this one more time. Let me share it because I want.
Yeah, we gonna get the Lane Calloway in a few minutes. Matter of fact, we could. Yeah, after this we could start segueing into that, because I want to show a correlation between how we are dealing with a true form of erasure.
Did you make this chart, Josh?
No, I didn't make the chart.
Who divided these people up?
There's somebody put that in our Twitter inbox.
Yeah, it just came from I think businessinsider.com or something.
So do you mean that they already have divided themselves up ethnically? I thought we couldn't do that. I thought that was impossible.
I thought it was impossible.
Oh, my.
They know where they live at, man. It is what it is. Yo, this is what I'm trying to bring up. When this says African American, we know that the majority of these people are freedmen. So what we're saying is, we're not like, if you still want to use the racial classification system that was adopted from the caste system, which put black at the bottom and white at the top, you're welcome to use that. And if you want to say that we're black according to that caste system, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, according to their system. Yeah. But what happens is when you hold on to that system, you're holding on to the system where instead of just saying German or English or Mexican or Irish or Italian, it will just say white. And then all this is white, and they get to be a majority, and and this will just say black down here, right? And you'll see that, Dad, we're such a minority population. We such a minority. What I want to understand, like the power in that is if we get rid of the classification system and we focus on ancestry and ethnicity.
That's right.
Then we look at it where we're the majority ethnic group, and we will need to start acting accordingly. So when we're talking about when the brother is talking about when are we going to have I'll say F1 state, F1 city. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about when we had the brother Charles Blow on our platform. That's what we're talking about, is making all of these F1 states. We're talking about F1 governors, F1 state legislators, F1 U.S. Congress people.
That's right.
In all of these states. So we're talking about, if you're over here where it's German, you're somewhere over here where it says German and Mexican. What you doing over there? You ain't getting no power. You better come back over here to these F1 states and make these F1 states get some power. That's the only way we're going to save ourselves from political irrelevancy and economic destruction in America. Come back over here, get some F1 power in these states where we already the largest ethnic population.
Somebody said, why is Florida listed as United States with all the black folks?
That's a good question. I was wondering that myself.
I think because
it's probably equal. I believe like the white population and the Latino population is and maybe even the black population is very, it's like close. So there's not like one dominant group.
So basically, right? And I gotta address Cato again. You could take this off the screen, Josh.
Oh yeah.
I want to address Cato again, right? We are fighting right now. We are a lot of what we're doing is in the planning stage of what we would like to see done at the federal level, which is why we come up and are drafting up proposals, etc. One of those battles should be, because nobody's saying that we can't or shouldn't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. No, who's saying that we can't do that? This is all a fight. I seen Dr. Darity make a post, and I call him the reparationist OG. But with the spate of police murders of our people, he called in a tweet, he called on Joe Biden to form a commission on, I believe it was police brutality and racism. I forget the exact words, but I paraphrase. This is the top reparationist. Are you going to tell him, hey, Dr. D, I think you should not focus on that fight. I think you just need to focus strictly on reparations. This is all of our fight, every aspect of it. And the fact is, we are the second largest ethnic group in the United States of America. And we're not having that fight. And to me, it sounds like a capitulation to say, let's not have it. Let's just focus on one thing. All of these things can be attainable if we put our minds together and simply move forward with it. Because we have more power being the second largest ethnic group in America than we have being one of the lowest minority groups, as they call us. See, now you start to get out of that minority nonsense. Now you start getting into ethnicity. And when you start getting into ethnicity, then you start to see a particular type of dominance that we can possibly wield with those states that were just highlighted, which are the same states that Charles Blow speaks about in his book and that we're pushing for in what he has called the reverse migration, or what we call the return home. It is as simple as that. It's simple as that. You make arguments for the sake of arguments.
And just remember, we brought this up after Josh said what America needed to do to not be a racist country. And so I think it's only logical, right, to get rid of race, to get rid of racism and to stop being a racist country. You would have to remove the foundation of it, which is the race classification system, right? You don't get a racist country without race, without a color-coded race. To me, it's elementary, man. Some people are just like focused on being stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Or arguing for the sake of argument. So yet again, He moves the goalposts. Howard is trying to get the world, not the United States.
Yeah, now we talking about the world.
Come on, man. Let's move on. Okay, so I was gonna run through some other stuff, but I want to get to Lame Calloway because he put out a new video that said that Harriet Tubman is a myth. So I am under the impression that Lame Calloway, and I'm going to call him Lame Calloway, is trolling us right now. He's seen how this term freedman spread all over Clubhouse, all over Twitter, all over social media, and he started putting out tweets attacking the freedmen. When not just us, but many others who identify and starting to identify as freedmen jumped on that thread and provided him with mounds of evidence. He just started blocking everybody. He knows that he has a large portion of people, viewers, who are attracted to this garbage, this form of escapism that he teaches. So it goes back to erasure. You know, we've heard that term used before in this space when it came to dealing with Black immigrants, et cetera. And that's systematic, right? Hollywood placing all of these British actors in all of these films. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's an epidemic to me. Everything I watch and I see somebody, I'll be like, nah, they don't look like a descendant of freedmen. Pull them up and their last name is Nigerian or some African or British born, Liberian, Nigerian, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you have that form of erasure. You have now the erasure that's been going on, right? Trying to get rid of us, whether it's abortion, whether it's the conditions that create the homicide rates in our community via poverty and
incarceration,
incarceration rates, unions that don't produce and extend the families, right? And you have the GOP. That's the liberal side of it. They're pushing things that do not extend the Black family. That's what the Black Lives Matter movement as an organization is about, in my opinion. Then you have the Republican side of it, which is trying to, with this 1619 project, basically sanitize their history while still
which erases ours at the same time.
That's right. Heaping glory upon those who rebelled to the country, whose ancestors on January 6th stormed the Capitol, had the Confederate flag flying in the state building for the first time ever. They didn't even do that during the Civil War, right? Now, we have them trying to erase our history, sanitizing slavery. One of the guys was speaking on the 3/5 clause. I meant to pull all of this stuff up. And he said something about the 3/5 clause wasn't about slavery. It was about, in fact, the 3/5 clause was designed to help get rid of slavery. This is what this racist devil said on his state floor. On his state floor, right? State house floor, excuse me. Now you have the pretendians, like Lame Calloway, saying that people like Harriet Tubman didn't exist, that Nat Turner didn't exist. These were fictional characters. This is another form of erasure. So we have enemies without, and we have enemies within, and we have to speak on this, and we have to root it out, because Elaine Calloway is helping to destroy weak minds of our people, because many of us didn't get a proper education. So discernment is not a thing that we've readily learned. So you have the lost cause teachings that taught us the wrong history of what happened with the Civil War. Slavery was okay. What did the old devil from Fox News, Bill O'Reilly, say? The slaves ate good at the White House. They slept in good quarters. The ones that were building the White House, they were slaves, dude. They were forced to build that. Forced.
Should have asked
Then you
them.
get
They should have asked them, how would you like to live in some quarters? You want to live in some quarters
That's right.
somewhere?
That's right. You live in some quarters. And then you get Lane Calloway with this frivolous teaching that he has because he hates himself so much. And because he hates himself, how that saying goes, hurt people hurt people. He hates you. You don't realize that he hates you, that he wants to erase himself like skin bleaching cream one uses to make their skin lighter from darker because they hate their dark brown skin, not black skin, Cato. Their dark brown skin. They hate it. You know?
Yeah, it's the skin. It's that, and there's a serious anti quote unquote African sentiment that undergirds all of this. A lot of the rhetoric that we're hearing, it's like a lot of anti-African. Now, here's the problem with that. For me, when we start talking about lineage, right, as this descendants of freedmen, the actual freedmen, 1865ers, had lineage too. And guess what? Their lineage is same as ours. Many of them goes back to various ethnic groups who are on the continent of Africa. So to have an anti-African sentiment, which a lot of people seem to have now, right? Because it's been kind of like kicked up that way over the past couple of years. It's been really, I get that people are using Africans. Africans are willing participants a lot of times in stepping on Black Americans. But we got to also remember that our ancestors are not the ones who were stepping on us. And those ancestors who are of some African ethnicity are just as related to you as anybody else, right? In terms of bloodline. Those are still your ancestors, whether, like I always say, whether they be Hausa, Wolof, Mandinka, Fulani, okay, Igbo, Yoruba, whatever they were ethnically, if those are your ancestors, then that's your lineage. You can't get rid of that because they were enslaved. It's unfortunate that some of them Hausa people were enslaved here, but that's a part of our lineage. So I think we have allowed a whole anti-African thing to really taint a lot of what it is that we're saying a lot of times, and often that came from out of that ADOS movement, right? Because that's a big part of what they was on, trying to make the point that Black Americans are being erased. I get it, but my ancestors from 300 years ago weren't the ones responsible for trying to erase me today. So it doesn't make sense to have an anti-African sentiment. Neither does it make sense for somebody like a Dane Calloway to have an anti-African sentiment. A lot of these people are making arguments that are anti-African based on the shit that's going on now. And even with Dane Calloway, he wants to erase your actual history. So one way or the other, however you're looking at it, it's this anti-African thing going on. And I think it's really unfortunate because it's misleading a lot of people in terms of how they're shaping their arguments about where we are today. I just wanted to say that.
All right, I gotta address something. I want the bros I got to, because we address fakeamores over here. So I don't know if this Keith guy knows that we come out of the Moorish movement. I don't know if he knows that, but he's about to get a quick lesson real quick. He's about to get a real quick lesson. So he says 1828 Webster's Online Dictionary, this Keith Optimo guy, right? So let me go down to his other statement. Hold on. Because he gives the definition. Okay, cool. He says American, noun, a native of America, originally applied to Aboriginals or copper-colored races, found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. I gotta address this, fam, because we got to get rid of this nonsense. We got to get rid of this nonsense. I want everybody to pull up this 1828. Let me pull this comment back up. I want everybody to pull up, because I'll just get tired of pulling this stuff up and showing the same stuff over and over and over again. The Webster's Dictionary of 1828. Man, where's this guy's comment at? I don't even see the other one. Right? Well, just pull up the Webster's Dictionary of 1828. There are two other entries that these fakamores, that's what I call them, the fakamores, forget to look up when they're focusing on this, because they want to be something other than themselves so bad. I spoke to that hatred that Dan Calloway has of himself and how he tries to project that onto our people. And a lot of the fakamores, M-U-U-R-S, the fakamers, they do the same exact thing, right? So let me share this with the fam real quick. Remember, American, a noun, a Native American originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. If you understand the racial classification system started by Blumenbach, then you understand why you get the term American. Not started by Blumenbach, he just modified it. There were several others, right? So let's look at this here. There was a sister by the name of Yafa Bey, very disingenuous. These people were just liars, man. They just were liars. So what she would do is she would use that definition, take a regular penny that hadn't been cleaned in any type of solution and put it on the back of her hand and then say, see, this brown penny matches the brown on my hand. The problem is the penny is dirty. If you clean a penny, if you shine it to its original look, it will show the color of copper. Although pennies today are not fully copper, they have, I think, some zinc and some other elements in it. I can't even remember. It's been years since I looked at that. So what I did, well, no, I didn't even do this. Somebody else did this. And I thought it was excellent. I had this for a few years now. They took a copper-colored, a piece of copper, a copper coin, and they put it next to a person that would be considered black in America, and a person who would have the skin tone of a copper-colored American. Because remember, in the 1828 dictionary, the other two entries are Moor, the dark people who inhabit the northern regions of Morocco, I believe, or northern regions of Africa, I believe it says in that 1828 definition. And then it says Negro. It has two of the definitions, but the fakamores want to focus on being Native American so bad that they didn't bother to look. So this visual evidence right here proves that when they came here, they did not see copper-colored people, because this is the color of copper, not a dirty penny. And I hope, Brother Keith, I hope you see this and take the time to look up what I just said and make some adjustments into your frame of thinking, because it is all wrong. It's all wrong. So I just wanted to share that. Anybody had anything to share with the whole Lane Calloway, with the idea that somehow that Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, and anybody else didn't exist?
Yeah, you know, this may be the first time y'all ever heard me use foul language, but if you are a believer or a person who is propagating this nonsense, you're a goddamn fool, man. You are a goddamn fool.
Fact.
I'm just trying to, I don't understand. Like, well, how would you allow, like, I don't understand how people are allowing this to, like, you click on this video.
They're saying that he's presenting evidence and presenting proof.
Yo, This dude is not showing you nothing. This dude, look, the dude said we were not enslaved. This is what the dude said, right? He said that our ancestors were not slaves in America. And the people who ran away on these underground railroads, they were not runaway slaves. They were actually people running off to try to get out of, to escape, indentured servitude contracts, employment contracts. So in instance, the plantation owners and the slave owners, they were not the bad guys. They were not the evildoers. You holding somebody in bondage and you whipping them and making them do forced unpaid slave labor. You putting mortgages out on their lives, so you can increase your wealth and leverage up and build a bigger plantation or whatever, and buy more slaves. Like those are not the real bad actors. The real bad actors are the people who ran off on their employment contracts. They didn't want to do the work that they agreed to do, so they ran off on their contract.
Wait, Josh, hold on. This is what this lame Calloway is saying, y'all. That our people weren't slaves; they were employees. There were no such thing as slaves, and that there was no such thing as a runaway slave. These runaway slaves, these were people that was running away from their employment, which means that there was no such thing as what, the Fugitive Slave Act? What about that? What about they didn't call it the Fugitive Employee Act, the Fugitive from Your Contract or Labor Contract Act. Like this.
Meanwhile, you'll allow him to get away with that, and you'll watch his videos and share his videos, and you'll start your own YouTube channel propagating the same nonsense. And he has not showed you one slave contract. Show me one contract where somebody has signed it with the owner of whatever plantation that they're gonna give their labor. They didn't need to sign no contract. Meanwhile, we can there are contracts that you can see were between insurance companies, between bills of sale of people being sold off. You can see contracts between, financial institutions where people put their slaves as collateral and put mortgages on them to go and leverage up and get more loans based on that. We have those contracts, but show me the employment contracts from these people who we know for a fact who were chattel slaves. Show me no contracts. So he can't show you no contracts, but you'll still believe all this crap.
Hold on. The colonial no call, no show. That's hilarious. You a no call, no show, Betsy.
And y'all let him conflate, Quakers and indentured servitude and all that from the colonial period of America, the 1600s and early 1700s. You'll let him conflate indentured servitude with Europeans and during the colonial period, and with the time period of America when there was no indentured servitude. There was no indentured servitude. You let him conflate that, which. If you believe in that stuff, if y'all propagating that stuff, man, you know what it is? Again, it's escapism. You want to escape the legacy of having this in your family. You're trying to figure out some type of, how do I get out of this situation where we're at the bottom? How do I get? It can't be that my people were just subjugated and defeated and came over here as slaves and we were just raped and pillaged. There's too much pain and despair in that. You got to be something other than this American Negro. You got to be.
Hey, bro, there was no,
and that's because you don't know your story. Go ahead, Ali.
There wasn't even no slave ships. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, so look, right? Peep what he did though, right? So to get rid of Harriet Tubman, right? And he said that the Underground Railroad didn't exist. That slaves were not really slaves; they were employees.
Slave ships didn't exist.
Slave ships didn't exist, right? But people, what he's saying, right? So you got multiple people that spoke about the Underground Railroad, black and white, right? So he said that Harriet Tubman is a fictional character created by Congress. This is what he said, right?
An act of Congress.
created. This is what he said. She was created by an act of Congress, right? So, and the Underground Railroad also was not real, and it was actually a system. He says it's not real, then says that it was an actual system of underground trains, which is crazy. Either it's real or it was a system of underground chains, but it can't be not real and be really an underground railroad system that was underground. It can't be both, right? So he says that, but then look, if Harriet Tubman isn't real, now you have to start knocking off historical figures who gave witness to her existence through communication. So now you got to get rid of John Brown. You got to get rid of Frederick Douglass, right? And when you do that, so now with the Underground Railroads, now you got to read Frederick Douglass's autobiography, which he obviously hasn't read, because Frederick Douglass criticized the Underground Railroad and what abolitionists were doing to it. He said he started calling it the Upperground Railroad now because so much attention was being brought to the Underground Railroad that it was not as successful as it once was when it was actually just like a underground system, right? So now you got down. So now Frederick Douglass can't exist anymore because he gives acknowledgement to Harriet Tubman's existence. John Brown and the raid on Harper's Ferry don't exist because he called and recognized Harriet Tubman as the general and wrote letters to Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? So now he don't exist no more. So how many other people in history are we going to? Her relatives don't exist. Her husband don't exist, right? So Nat Turner don't exist either. So his wife don't exist. Nat Turner was married, if you didn't know, right? So like these people, listen to this man, and this is absolute nonsense. And if you watch his videos, they're weaved together like a Alex Jones conspiracy theory.
And then the way he tries to narrate it.
But don't he put it together like this,
ships,
don't he put it together? And then he only gives sources to stuff he want to give sources to.
That's right.
What he did was, this is what he did. This was the slick trick that he did. So now we do know that there was indentureship during the colonies, right? And the Irish and the Quakers did set up a system to escape and violate their contracts, right? So them doing that, we use some of the same. This is how the Underground Railroad was set up. We worked with some of these same individuals who did that because they actually had contracts, right? We didn't. We were considered chattel, and there's a whole history explaining the difference from indentureship and chattel slavery. They're totally two different things, but because they did actually set up, systems of escape and escape routes, and for their own kind of liberation, right? We did the same. We worked with them, and we followed some of them same routes. But what Dane did was just take their history and avalanche that on us and said we were the ones violating our contracts, and not actually the Quakers and the people who actually had contracts. He said the slaves were actually the ones violating their contracts, and that we were fugitives and violated some type of laws and whatnot.
Absolving the European.
Yeah,
so I'm from Petersburg, Virginia, man. I can, I'm gonna tell you a story. My mom used to work. She worked for years and years and years, decades, for the city of Petersburg. And one time, she had to, she when you work in the city that long, you know everybody, right? And so one time a lady called her. It was a white lady, quote unquote white lady, called her over to her house, to look at something, right? And so my mom, just intrigued, just went over there, and she saw that it was the house she was living in was a part of the Underground Railroad. It was they had a place that led to, like, it was where you could tell where they used to hide people at. It was a door that went under the house, and come to find out, there was a path you can walk, and it could connect it underneath the Martin Luther King Bridge, and all the way to up by where the hill where Virginia State University starts at, right, like going around the Appomattox River, like that. That's a part of that Underground Railroad system. Now, it's not a railroad, but you're talking about a way for passage through, and a way for safekeeping the people that are fleeing slavery. That is you can't tell me that doesn't exist, bro. I like where I'm from, people can take you over there, you know, and I'm sure in other states and cities or whatever the case may be, people have some of the similar places in their city. You can't tell me that ain't no Quakers, you know, that's freedmen, or people that were enslaved, the formerly enslaved, that had to do that, and the Europeans that helped them, you know. So I just want to say that.
Indeed. So, I mean, I was gonna run through some. I was gonna run through some stuff, man. But these people are trying to erase our history. Then you got this faker more in the chat talking some like old Moorish nonsense, Moorish, Muurish nonsense that we just debunked like years ago. We've even debunked on this channel. Is so much of that going on, and this is what the elevation of scholarship is supposed to be about. You want to say something, Ali?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. He dropped off.
Dropped off.
So, you know, we have to, because somebody said, why y'all giving this attention? Well, number one, it's our platform. We give attention to what we want to give attention to. I don't understand.
No, but
why
this is a reason, the legitimate reason. Because we actually care about the people. And when we see that 50,000 of our people are listening to this goddamn nonsense, we feel a responsibility as educators of the people to address it. Now, if we didn't feel that his presence was problematic and harmful, we wouldn't have paid him no attention. But if you can convince some of your friends to stop watching this idiot, then he would make our jobs way more easier, and we could focus on more important issues like the down south strategy, like freedmen atonement policies, like reparations for the sons and daughters of freedmen. We could get to that, but we got all these people distracted by these pretendians and these Pan-Africans and all these other concepts. So we have to deal with it. It's a necessity to get people focused.
That's right.
Yeah, and let me say this. You know, so I'm gonna say two things. Number one, to the brother Keith Oppenheimer on the chat. Look, we've been on this stuff. We've been studying. We know what all the stuff you're gonna say and all the stuff you ain't even learned yet. We already been off that for several years. We didn't already debunked that, been through that, understood. Like, just understand what we're saying. What we're saying is none of that stuff matters when you want to talk about. Forget all that crap, bro, because people have been talking about that BS for years and years and years, and it ain't getting us nowhere. It's not going to get us nowhere because it's not real. What we're saying is we need to get on code. We need to fight for justice for our group in America, which is we need to fight for reparations. We talk about closing the racial wealth gap through American politics, you know, policy through American government to specific for our group. And we're talking about closing the racial wealth gap, whereas you're talking about the average each household is going to get $850,000 on average, right? We're talking about bringing the wealth of the average black household to the wealth of the average white household. When we say black, we're talking about this people who descend from chattel slavery. That's what we're talking about. Okay. So that's number one. And number two, I want to say to look, I got people that I went to school with that's now, making YouTube videos propagating the nonsense that they learned from Dane Calloway. They don't understand that they are countering their own justice. Like you don't understand. We did a program last year talking about how white supremacist ideology has permeated woke and conscious black spaces. So you don't even understand that even with a lot of the Moorish bogus stuff, you thinking it's Moorish and all this kind of stuff. No, that stuff came from white supremacist Europeans in the sovereign citizen movement dealing with that. And you don't understand that this Dane Calloway stuff it's coming from white supremacists. Look, this dude, the reason why we talk about it, this dude can drop a video. It's like he dropped a Harriet Tubman video like 3 days ago. That joint is over 200,000 views. Who is watching that? I hope it ain't Negroes watching that, right? I hope y'all ain't watching that, but chances are a lot of y'all are watching that. But guess what? I'm sure some Europeans watching it too. And why would they watch it? Because they agree with the message. They promote the message. They probably ones paying them some money to keep putting this out, because keep having them to fight against their own claim, against their own justice. And that's what you're doing. You don't even understand. That's how the devil operates. He operates in deception. And what you don't understand, he won't come in the form of David Duke and Richard Spencer. He comes in the form of Dan Calloway, because he can come with some, some alternative realities, right? And because in today's day and time, we people don't read books; they just watch YouTube videos. There's so much information, you get overwhelmed. You can't he puts so much garbage out there. You can't go and research it all and validate it all. So you don't try to evaluate any of it. And then what happens is you just start to you hear it over and over, and you accept it as the gospel, and this stuff is lies. It's lies and it's fantasy. You got to understand this is fiction. Stop trying to bring fiction and fantasy into real life, tangible things dealing with American politics. This is one thing that somebody need to ask him. What is your end game? It's not, we don't need to think. We got plenty to make us think. What is going to make us close the racial wealth gap? What is going to make us stop getting killed in the street by police? What is going to make us get the damage that was done through the legacy of chattel slavery and Jim Crow policies fixed? What is going to make us do that? We thought we can think, right? And you're not trying to make nobody think. You're trying to get somebody indoctrinated into a white supremacist revisionist history being presented by a black face. That's what you're doing.
Facts. I just want to pull this question up, and anybody can address it. Question: if the government doesn't relinquish Muffet Nelling, because this person was saying, I think this was the person saying we wasn't answering any of their questions. It could have been somebody else. Question: if the government doesn't relinquish reparations, will you guys feel defeated, or will you look to a plan B? What would that look like? Anybody want to take that or touch on that?
I will say this, right? In all honesty, it would be a defeat, right? Like, let's not lie about it. You're trying to get something, right? Justice. It's just like, think about it like this to Muffet. If you, let's say that your house was set on fire by some racist white people, right? And let's say your little brother or little sister, 4 or 5 years old, was killed in that house fire. They figured out who it was. You guys all went to court. Criminal charges were filed against them. However, a racist white jury decided that they were somehow not guilty. Would you feel defeated? I would like to see his answer in there, and then what his plan B would be. I would like to see that, and then maybe we can go from there. What his plan B would be if America didn't give him justice when somebody did his entire family wrong and got away with it. How would he feel? Would he feel defeated? I just want to know. Let's see if that person
post
can
your
answer
that. In the chat, brother or sister. I don't know.
Because you got to realize we're human beings. Of course you would feel defeated. Why would you not feel defeated?
Yeah, the question I think was designed to, make us say something other than something realistic.
Nah, I mean, keep it real. Like, somebody wins and somebody loses. Yeah, a lot of the people that follow Yvette Carnell, she said the government decides who's winning, who's the winner, who's the loser, right? She wasn't wrong about that. Come on, Muffet Nellen, like, look, you stepped away. Why would you ask a question and then step away?
You would have to go back and look at that. Keith Optimo is talking some Olmec nonsense and Tabasco sauce. What are you talking about?
What he said? The Olmecs carved their images in stone in Veracruz and Tabasco, proving who were the first inhabitants of America. Okay, but what does that have to do with
Nothing.
that? Like, are you an Olmec?
Are you
Keith?
an Olmec, Keith? Can you
That's a
show your Olmecian lineage? Can you show some family heirlooms that have been passed down from your Olmecian line? What was your father's name? And what was the name?
Thank you, Cynthia.
The real name of the tribe? Was it Olmec? Did they call themselves Olmec?
How about that?
Right? Was that a name that they received from somebody else? People are not thinking. People are not thinking. And because they
and
don't want
about
to
thousands and thousands of years ago, bro. We're not even talking about 100 to 200 years. We talking about before pyramids in Egypt and stuff like that. You know,
and think about this. Just because people have melanin and dark complected skin tones, don't mean that everybody's the same. I just had a conversation with a sister about this very thing. They want to try to pretend in certain instances that everybody with brown skin are all the same people. That's not true. It's not true. Because let me just give you the point. This one sister was trying to say that Christianity was in Africa before it came to Europe. It spread. No, she said it spread to Africa before it spread to Europe. I'm like, come on now. Do you hear what you're saying? If it spread to Africa, where did it come from? And if you're going to say Judea was a part of Rome. It was a part of Rome. Rome is a part of what's called Europe. Let's not play games. It came from Europe. And it went to East Africa, and our people came from West Africa. So I told the girl, yeah, the Axumites accepted Christianity, but the West Africans, those people that were brought to America, not a single one of those tribes or people that was brought to America were Christian. They didn't bring Christians. I keep telling people that they didn't bring Christians to America. Those people were not practicing Christians. Got to be honest.
Not even the people.
The
go
point
ahead.
is,
just to build on, not even the people right outside of Ethiopia. Nowhere around. That was the only place. Nowhere in North Africa. They didn't accept it in Kenya or Tanzania. None of them places. Go ahead.
Yeah, indeed. And so now it went to Ethiopia, but it also went to Egypt. And there was a certain portion of North Africa where there were certain North Africans who influenced early Christianity, right? They said certain North Africans. I don't know if those were even
areas.
Yeah, I don't even know if those were so-called black people in North Africa. I don't know who those people were that they're saying were the early influences from Africa. I don't know who they were ethnically. Phenotypically, I don't know what they look like because there's no pictures of them that I know of. But the point being is that East Africans or the Axumites or the descendants of the Axumites are not the people who were brought across the Atlantic for the purpose of slave labor in America. So all people with brown skin are not the same. And the real point I'm trying to make is just because Olmecs or the people known as Olmecs have brown skin doesn't mean that you're an Olmec. Just like the people in India have brown skin, that doesn't mean that you're an Indian from India. Not all the same people. Not all the same people. And unless you can show me your Olmecian, as Brother Naheem said, show us your Olmecian lineage that connects you to that. I don't care about this, we were this and we were that. That doesn't mean nothing, man. That's just feel good Negro talk, man. Come on, man. It's Negro talk trying to escape being classified as a Negro. So now it was Olmecs, we was the mound builders, we was kings and queens, we was all of these things that you can't prove.
Oh, we got another one in the chat. We are a Mexim and Olmec. Jeez.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, show and prove. Show and prove. Pull up your family lineage. Show us the records.
Let me tell you, indigenous more. I still consider myself one of the top scholars in the Moorish movement, and we've never found the word of Mexim on anything. So you can't even make the claim. And the Mexim, that Noble Drew Ali was talking about, he was clear where he said it was in Africa. Faker Moors said it was in America to somehow justify their form of escapism. So, you know.
Yeah. None of it, like, you know what's crazy, brother Naheem? Every time we have these conversations, it's always about what somebody looked like. It's never about any kind of proof of lineage. It's never about anybody connecting themselves to any other group of people. Or none of that. It's always just, well, like this one brother said in the thing, well, they looked black to me. You know, I'm like, I didn't say they didn't. I said they had melanin, they had dark skin, they had certain type of features, thick lips and broad nose and all that. But you think because they had those features that those are your people. You don't know that. Just like every tribe on Africa is not your people. You might be connected to certain people and other people you may not be connected to. You don't know. And I'm just saying people are asserting all kinds of stuff and making these broad generalized comments about Black Americans, and they know that it's not true. They know they can't prove it. They're just saying it because it feels good. Go ahead, bro.
So we got Indigenous Moor with several frivolous comments, peace and friendship treaty in America, which lost its efficacy in 1956 when Dwight D. Eisenhower signed that memorandum. See, they don't know anything about this stuff. Whiggamore, Baltimore, Moreland, Philly.
What's Whiggamore? Whiggamore is what? That's something that Taj Sharik Bey was talking about?
Casablanca, the white. Like, none of this stuff means anything. Washita Moors, a fake frivolous group of people that made some crazy claim.
Yeah, the real Washita don't even acknowledge them. They don't acknowledge
this is not the fact and fiction program, y'all. This is the real life
power.
Yeah, this is Be the Power. We're not talking about how to be the fictions novel or whatever. We talking about how to be the power.
You see what Cynthia put?
Brother Grimm, yeah, I seen it. Washington, what the hell is that? The Washington. They made that up.
No, look, it's the Washington. They dug the Mounder. They dug the Mounder. Come on, yo. They dug the Mounder.
The Washington, they dug the Mounder.
Yeah. Come on.
So that's like,
man.
Hey, Grimm, is that like some New Orleans slang? They dug the Mounder?
They dug the Mounder, baby. You gotta put the baby on the end of that.
They dug the Mounder, baby.
Y'all
stupid. You know, she said they gotta say it like this. They dug the mounds, yeah.
Yo, that was the remix of the Juvenile song.
The Juvie remix on them. They dug the mounds,
yeah. Come on, man.
Oh, they tried to drop it out on licenses. They're going down, yeah.
Man, that's so hilarious.
And Indigenous Moore said our pyramids make, he calling them mounds pyramids. But anyway, he says our pyramids make Africa look shameful. Damn.
Where?
Wow.
Where?
Oh, Cynthia said Washington is a street in Chicago. Yeah. Oh, I ain't even know that.
It is.
Come on, man.
Some cats from Chicago done went and said, oh, we gonna name a tribe after after the block we come from.
Man, these people are so crazy, man.
That's crazy.
They don't know the difference between mounds and pyramids. Then the man said the pyramids over here make the ones in Africa. What shame the one? Where are they at, brother?
Hey, I want them to show me an existing mound that compares to anything that was built by the great sages in West Africa. All of those great masjids that was built and stuff like that, man, from in all types of geometrical shapes and stuff like that. Those masjids built out of great architecture from clay and stuff like that. They need to show one mound that compares to that. I've been to the area that the Washita claimed. I've been to those mounds. Those things, they always talking about Poverty Point. And, man, to be honest with you, when I got to Poverty Point, and yes, it's a great historical website registered on the whatever the sacred sites of the world or whatever that is, the UN or whatever. Yeah. But bro, when I got there, bro, I was totally unimpressed, man. When I got there, they said, okay, well, this is where the concentric rings used to be. I was like, man, I saw all of these drawings and pictures and recreations and stuff. And when I got there, man, half that shit barely in.
That is
hilarious. I seen that shit with my own eyes,
Yep. I've been to the mounds in Dixon, Illinois, and Cahokia, Illinois. And that shit don't look nothing. And these are supposed to be some of the best existing mounds in the country still to this day. That don't got nothing on Giza. They don't have nothing on, on Khufu, Khafra, and Megara. They don't got nothing on that, man. That's
not even the one at Saqqara, the step pyramid.
Yeah. They don't have none of that.
Nothing on that.
But we don't even have to go that far. They always want to go back so ancient to talk about pyramids. To me, what the pyramids, whatever. But you have stuff that African people or different groups of African dynasties, for lack of a better term, I don't even like calling them dynasties. You got Moorish dynasties that established in Europe that's still there right now. You can go look at the Alhambra right now, and the Indians ain't never built shit like that ever. They don't have no architectural marvels of the world over here. They have done nothing.
Let me do something real quick. Go ahead, Logic.
No, because I'm about to go OD on the most insignificant group.
We're going, we might have to OD on that because see, this is what I take offense with, the anti-West African thing, right? Because they're disrespecting. My ancestors were West Africans. Okay, I understand we're descendants of freedmen. But my ancestors were West Africans. This has been verified. I already know this, right? There's no question about it. Didn't say nothing about no damn Indians, right? So they're disrespecting West Africans in favor of some Indians that none of these Negroes are actually connected to.
Right.
Except for through maybe they might have owned your ancestors and through chattel slavery.
But look though,
I say go in on them.
But
shit,
though,
fuck it.
If you actually hated white supremacy, you would love the West Africans. They the only ones that you can look at in any type of real references that you can go look at today that wasn't that long ago that can show you a military campaign that went up there and whooped white supremacy up and down and ruled in Europe for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's the only people that you can show me that done did that. The Indians couldn't do it. Half of them fell out dead as soon as the white man got over here. They all fell out, died. Half the people that got over here, as soon as they came in contact with them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you really wanted, that would be what you marveled and celebrate. Like, them Africans are some bad motherfuckers. They went up in there in 711 AD and kicked ass. They went in there with 7,000 soldiers and whooped the Visigoths, whooped them Vikings, and it was 75,000 to some scholars say it was 100,000 of them, and they whooped them, burnt the ships up, came in there, and then built strongholds all up and down inside of Europe. We're all in the white man's face. See, you niggas don't really hate white supremacy like you say, because you don't even know about the black folks that went in there, and you don't like black power. There ain't no other representation of this black power that you talk about that's greater than that. Than going up there, killing the enemy, building shit, enslaving his women. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Building mosques and museums and libraries. They had sidewalks. They had street lamps. They had air conditioning. You ain't never seen nothing like that since. When the Moors came out of Europe in 1492, scholars say technology fell backwards 500 years.
That's right.
Come on.
I don't know what this indigenous Moor, but this is what I want to do, right? Because everybody keeps, they always go back to these ancient carvings. They always, of the Olmecs. Then they always go back to they talk about pyramids in the Americas. Then they talk about we get to the pyramids in Egypt. Then we get into the West African talk, you know, and we got to talk about it, right? But we don't get into the things that our ancestors built here. So here is a list of African American inventors and scientists, right? Like these are the people that built the things that are being used today.
They're going to say those were Indians. Those are really Indians. They weren't really African Americans.
Yeah, the Indians that didn't never build nothing else. They didn't build. Think about this, family. You got these people saying that my brother Logic spoke on this before as well. You got these people like Lane Calloway and the rest of the pretendians talking about these Indians who built nothing. They did nothing before our people got over here or the European got over here. They had no great edifices. Those mounds are just big piles of formed dirt that got grass on them. This physicist by the name of Alcorn George Edward invented a method of fabricating an image of the X-ray spectrum. Like we could start running through, like this is what this is. List of African American inventors and scientists. And they're talking about the folding bed, 1825, 1918. So this was done in 1885, a folding bed, something that's used all throughout America today, even used in couches, right? I mean, it's just so many different things. Benjamin Banneker, they got on here, one of our greatest ancestors, constructed the wooden clock. He was an astronomer, assisted in the survey of the original boundaries of Washington, D.C., authored a series of almanacs and ephemerides, and he was a naturalist. He recorded observations on emergencies of periodical cicadas, and on the behaviors of honeybee. Like we got all of these different people that invented all, like this list just keeps going and going and going. I could be here for another hour reading off all of this stuff. Y'all don't want to get into none of that. Y'all don't want to talk about the stuff that your ancestors, the descendants of freedmen, built right here.
He's talking, they said, name something that West Africans, what does he say? What did he say? Hold up, let me see. Name one invention from Africa. One invention from Africa. I mean, well, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, what do you? Wait. Hold on. The astrolabe came from Africa. The thing, this is just off the top of the head. A tool, an instrument that was used to navigate the 7 seas. Most of the tools of construction came from Africa. These were the tools that were used to build structures like pyramids, etc. When you get to the Moors, when they go into Europe and they bring civilization with them, and they go travel to China, and they go travel to then Persia, and they go travel to ancient or the ruins of Greece and Rome, etc., etc. They take that science and they take that mathematics, indigenous, and that's right, and they bring it back with them into this place that they just took over called Europe. These were Africans from West Africa. They invented a whole slew of things. I can pull up the whole book, The Golden Age of the Moor, right now, and just start breaking all of the. Y'all are not studied enough, and that's a problem. And
yes, lots of musical instruments. That's right.
That's right. Musical instruments, all of that stuff. Algebraic equations perfected by the Moors, the trigonometry. These were West Africans.
That's right.
These were the tools that are used in surgery today.
He tried to say that too. He says
Moors created that.
But this fool said that tools are new, right? Now you have multiple structures, right? Like Raj just said, universities, the University of San Corre, right? You hear Dr. Ben, you hear Dr. John Henry Clark, Chikanta Diop talk about the University of San Corre, right? This is just one, right? Then you had the Salamanca University in Spain that these Africans built. So he thinks that somehow they built these things without tools. Somehow these Africans were building without tools because tools are a new thing. this is something that he said came from America. So how did these people build these particular structures without tools?
Yeah, we built. Let me tell you something else. We built America. That's the greatest structure that was ever built in the history of the world
By West
I
Africans.
don't know what else y'all
Shit,
talking
fuck
about,
that.
man. And look, this is what's happening. Y'all don't know how to have any other argument except for we not Africans, we didn't come from slavery, and so all you know how to do is try to bait people into an argument where you doing Africans versus indigenous. We ain't about that. We know we come from people who were sold by various Africans and to Europeans and brought to America, put on plantations and raped and amalgamated with other groups or whatever. And that's who we are. That's our story here. You want to make up a revisionist fake history, talking about we were some original tribes and the majority of us didn't come over here on slave ships. You can believe in fiction if you want to. I'm just understand that, like, you can't, you have to get out of this habit of always having this back and forth and want to argue revisionist history instead of like, what are we gonna do to get out the position we're in? I don't care if you believe that you part of, you can name whatever tribe you want to. We know you're not Navajo. We know you're not whatever tribes from the western part of the United States. You all southeastern part of the United States tribes and maybe northeastern part tribes and maybe a handful of tribes in the Midwest.
But Pete, Josh,
go ahead.
How is this dude? This is interesting. He calls himself indigenous Moor. Where did the Moors, first of all, Moors are Africans. Moors are people from the continent that's now called Africa, right? Ancient kingdoms called Mauritania. This is where it comes from. Cato said all he needs is 5 minutes.
He's trying to come on now. Not tonight, Cato. Not tonight, bro.
So the Moors are from the ancient kingdom of Mauritania. It goes back into the BC periods, right? Before Roman colonization. Before Roman colonization, you had the ancient kingdom of Mauritania, which is not the Mauritania of today. This is where the Maori or the Maori tribe of people come from. That's where you get the name Moor, from the Maori. Has nothing to do. We will destroy. I don't know who Moorish Roos is talking about.
That's the other, his indigenous Moor other channel. I just timed him out. He said we will destroy y'all. Moorish Roos. Wait. Send me an email at lordabba@gmail.com. That's all you got to do. Lordabba, LORD at G. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in the inbox, and we're gonna set up a date. And we're gonna bring you on, and you better come destroy us. Because let me tell you, we've brought Moors on this channel, faker Moors, and we've destroyed them all of them.
I'll say this: people think that the Moors are actually sharp, but it's only because they think that it's only because they're saying stuff that people are not really aware of. What people don't really understand is that Moors are not sharp. Moors are actually very stupid people, right? And very stupid. They're some of the most stupid people that you can actually come across. These ones calling themselves Moors.
Facts, man. Facts. That's all I could see. Facts.
Yeah, they're sharp in fiction. You know.
Oh yeah.
For some people, they know all the history and the chronology of Harry Potter and
man.
You know what I mean? They know that they know that fiction. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say, man, I ain't got to, man. You guys busted up tonight, man. So I ain't got nothing too much significant to add, but to that conversation, man, that when you, and I want everybody to listen to understand this. When you look at those people, that shit, looking at them people is like looking at the fucking Raggedy Ann doll. Y'all remember the Raggedy Ann doll? The motherfucker had patch in here, patch there, sold in from there. Those motherfuckers are so fucking confused, man. And y'all excuse my language. Those motherfuckers are so confused. You follow what I'm saying? So, and they don't have the answers to some of their own fucking doctrine. So what they do, they like how would you say, like succubus, almost like chameleon succubus type. That's the best thing that I can add to it. That they'll take a little stuff from here, little thing, they mix all of this stuff that's not compatible in the gumbo, and they, like that's all you gotta do is fucking Google a picture of Moors. You will see a motherfucker with a fez on. You follow what I'm saying? Some motherfucker with a fez and a Japanese ninja sword talk about he a fucking mufti. You know what I'm saying? Russian, and he'll have that shit on with a sash. Then you will see some motherfuckers on with some pantaloons on and the cape. These motherfuckers are like the Raggedy Endo. They and people like Ali was saying, he said it beautifully. People think these people are sharp because they might say something that the average person, never was exposed to. But once they get exposed to that information, you begin to realize, man, these people ain't shit. So you honoring something called Moor that comes from, think about this, you are honoring something called Moor, which was something that the Europeans and the indigenous people from way in Africa on the other side of the fucking world called themselves. Then you come over here and you you say you are Moor, but you indigenous from here and you never came over there. But then you say you are Moor and then claim Moor history, but you never from over there. It's crazy shit. And a lot of this shit started with a man named Charles Mosley Bay. That shit that Dane Calloway, this person ain't exist. That person ain't exist. C.M. Bay was a teacher that came up out of Ohio, out of the Moorish Science Temple of America, around the time that Noble Drew Ali died. And he added another false doctrine in his what they call them books, the
Clocks of Destiny.
Clocks of Destiny. So he said stupid shit like, he would say stupid shit like the real Nile River is the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. No, they not fucking rivers. They fucking ocean.
Morris Roos, you a liar.
Yeah,
Morris Roos.
Let's pull this comment up. Morris Roos said Noble Drew Ali said we ain't African. That's a lie.
Man, that's
a lie.
That's a motherfucker faker Moor who never read Noble Drew Ali's
the word.
Teaching.
Dude is a liar. These people are in the chat.
He said Noble Drew Ali said we, the descendants of the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate.
That's right.
So how he gonna say we weren't African?
And let me just add, Grim. He also said there's still much wisdom to be learned by the descendants of Africa.
Right. Right.
All right. So look, y'all want to give these fools 10 or 15 minutes?
I want to know, where did they even come from in the first place?
Good, bro. Y'all can have it, bro.
I don't know. If one of y'all say I'm putting the link in the chat.
Yeah,
I don't mind having. Listen, I don't mind making an example out of one of these jackasses.
Cool. Yeah, I'll come back to this joint again. We always got to do this.
Nah, it's all good. Logic. You ain't gotta do nothing. Logic.
Yeah, I'm with Logic, bro. I'm a fall back because I'm gonna end up cursing one of them dudes out.
But y'all go ahead. I'm gonna listen.
It's okay.
Let's see.
Let me say one thing first. I think,
bro.
Look,
because I don't know if they're going to jump on.
Let me say.
Everybody like, no. Some people like,
fuck these dummies. So
Riri said, yeah, slay them. Bring them on and slay them.
I think I would like to see that, but I just want to say, a couple things. Somebody said a while back, I wish I could have brought it up, said, man, I wish we could bring our people together and come, under F1. Just understand, some people are too far gone with this program of indoctrination.
That's
with
a fact.
this you think it's some type of uplift program for our group, but it's really a white supremacist program for just to get you to spin your wheels in fantasy in something that has nothing at all to do with your material uplift at all. Especially if you're talking about at doing American politics. See, you're not going to politics, Brother Logic. What is politics? How would you describe politics?
Politics is the science of who gets what, when, where, and how. And
That's
government
right.
is the game, and politics is how it's played.
There you go. That needs to be trademarked. But look, you notice they're never ever having a conversation on how to influence, how you're going to get what, where, when, how, for how long. They're never having a conversation on that.
No.
It's always an argument on we're going to call ourselves this. We really was this, and this history is it.
And the fucking treaty.
When we talking about we still at the
In the
bottom.
treaty.
The fucking treaty that none of these niggas ever use. Yo, we got the treaty of this and that, man. The treaty of shit on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of here, man. Get out of here with that. Them fucking.
Amazing. We only want these Moors, amazing.
Go ahead.
No, he said I ain't with the Moor stuff, but we only want the Moors tonight. These faker Moors. That's it. These dudes that claiming that they're indigenous, Moors, whatever, and all of this nonsense, they gone now.
And look, if you got some Native American in your ancestry or whatever in your family, we got European in the family. You know,
that's right.
That's a part of That's a part of.
Let me pull this up real quick.
That's us. We amalgamation. But what we talking about is.
Well, real quick, Josh, fellas, I'm interested in driving to the rally June 19th. I'm coming from New Jersey. Will it be worth it?
It'll be what you get out of it, but if you get there the 19th, you're gonna be done missed it because it's on the 18th.
It's the 18th, June 18th.
How about that? Yeah, it is the 18th. That's going to the state capitol, right?
That's
going to the state capitol to talk about disfranchisement. We're going to talk about our justice claim, all of that stuff, right? All that stuff that pertains to the descendants of freedmen. That's what it's about.
Somebody said this is a wasted time. I mean, I'm like this. Nobody's forcing anybody to be on this channel. We've touched on.
That's what's funny. You're here with us.
Right? We touched on the topic. We touched on the topic.
Right.
Tracing our history.
Yeah,
right?
we did touch on what we talked.
Yeah, to fake Black Indians, to like we went in depth into it. Now we just have a little bit of time. If you don't like the content, you don't have to stay here. I don't understand that, to sit in the comment section and say after we've just basically given a class, then to say this is a waste of time or what?
But is it really? I think people just like saying
no, it's not a waste of time.
Hold on, right? That particular individual been on here for well over an hour. So if you felt like, when did we start wasting time? Because you've been on here for quite some time yourself. So you got to be wasting your own damn time because no one asked.
See, they're saying beefing with these Moorish clowns is a waste of time.
It's not. Really
no, it's not. It might be for you.
We saving people, man.
You're not
helping
in hearing, but it is time well spent.
It would be the same thing as us beefing with.
We got one of these Moors on.
Okay. Dane Calloway or anybody else. The whole point is people trying to claim that we're wrong. We're saying that they're wrong, and so at certain points that you're gonna have a clash. ADOS was clashing with people online every day, all day long. So it's really not. I mean, nobody thought that was a waste of time.
All right, brother Root. You was in the chat talking your talk. Here you go. This is your time to destroy us and show and prove.
Now, first off, I'm gonna come off like you taught me to come off peaceful, brother. Peace and light to everybody on here, to everybody we still part of the melanated family. It ain't, just peace and light. First off, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for having me on. And thanks everybody for. I was talking a lot of stuff in there, but all I'm saying is we have proof that atrocities happen on both sides of the playing field. So I'm not taking nothing away from the people on the other side of the Atlantic, but there's proof that there's people that was over here when the people from the Atlantic came over here with the atrocities. We was going through atrocities with them Europeans too. That's what I'm saying. We're from this.
Hold on. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that even means. What did you just say?
I'm saying that when these atrocities happen on both sides of the playing field, in Africa and America, there was already black copper colored people on this land.
Black copper.
Okay,
Copper
I mean,
is
you
not
know,
black.
Wait a minute.
Copper
How
is
does
not
black
black.
copper? What does black copper look like?
mean that when Mansa Musa came over here, a great black man, a part of a great empire, he came to
I'm
a
glad you
copper
said
colored.
that.
Okay,
I'm glad
he
you
came to
said
a
that.
copper colored empire, and that's what you call a copper black man. People that came together.
Okay,
Out of grace.
but
ahead,
wait a
Ali.
minute. Wait a minute. Let me just say this, right?
Go ahead, Ali.
Every scholar from Leo Weiner to Barry Fell to Ivan Van Sertima to even David Imhotep, all these scholars that write about the early quote unquote black presence in America all say that they were of African ethnicities. None of them say that the Olmecs are the ancient ancestors of African Americans either. Not a single one of them have ever made such a claim. When they're talking about Mansa Musa coming over here, Mansa Musa is a West African. You don't have any connection. So, but I'm just trying to make a distinction here, because what you guys are trying to do is claim that all these people are the same people, and that's wrong. That's not something
I got a question real quick, Ali. I got a question. So what year did Mansa Musa come over here, brother?
They say somewhere around 700 to 900 after death.
They
correct.
say Mansa Musa
Yeah, this is when
came to America. Did he come on while he was making his Hajj from Africa? Did he jump on a boat? I'm just curious.
With the books I read, he came over here with 3,000 boats.
Oh, okay.
Not the greatest, richest man
brother,
of Africa.
right?
Not his brother.
Not
Abu
his brother.
Bakari.
Abu Bakari is who you're talking
about. Mansa Musa?
That's what I meant to say. Abu Bakari. Okay, Mansa Musa, that bloodline came over here.
Okay.
My fault. That bloodline came over here with 3,000 boats.
And somebody told you this?
So that's saying that there had to be a place. They're saying that's in the books. That's saying that there had to be a place to put 3,000.
Just name one of the books. Can you name one of the books?
I'll look it up for you real quick. I'll look it up for you. I done read it at least 5 times. Or are you going to tell me that he didn't come over here?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you were saying Mansa Musa came over here.
My fault. I meant his brother.
And you said
his brother came over here.
Mm-hmm.
As history goes, whether I'm right or wrong, Mansa Musa came over here before the slave trade, and he had to be over here with some other copper-colored or black people. So that's proven that there was already copper-colored people over here.
Okay, so wait a minute. Wait, Ali, hold on. Whoa, hold on, real quick. Wait, so how do you get copper-colored blackness? What does that even mean? See, you're trying to conflate. Go ahead.
An African and an American black copper color, whatever we call ourselves, because we out of our national, whatever we call it, nationality, or our right thing. When an African and American have sex, that's a black copper person. Because we over here playing.
Oh my God, man! Come on, man! You can't just say stuff, man.
If a black person and a white
what do they call a mulatto? What's a mulatto?
Hold on. Let's get into that. So when a black person and a white person has sex, are the children gray? The color gray? No, I'm just using. Wait, hold on. Using your logic that if a black person and an American have a baby, then they're black copper color. So I'm asking you, if a black person and a white person, because if you mix black and white together, you get gray. So if a black person and a white person have a baby, is it a gray baby? Is the baby's color gray?
No, they have real names for them that was going on in the atrocities in America called mulattoes and Melunjos.
So there was a tribe that called. Okay, wait, hold on. So there was a tribe that called themselves copper.
The people over here, can I explain? The people that call themselves black take themselves through the atrocities that happen in Africa.
Yeah,
the people that call themselves copper colored, say they went through atrocities in America. So when them two people have sex, you either a copper colored or a black person. I don't know what to call them.
They call themselves copper colored.
Bro, it's atrocity.
I don't know what to call an African and an American Negro having sex.
Root, brother. It's atrocities, not atrocities, brother. Atrocities.
Why you do that, Logic?
All right, so here go my question. So if I go to Britain now let's say I'm gonna use Denmark, right? Let's say we take 3,000 of us or 500 of us, and we go to Denmark, right, where it's almost all Europeans or somewhere. One of them are majority white countries, 90% European countries, and you come back 100 years later, and we have made some babies. Are those people the indigenous people of Denmark? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying though they mix, so now they're copper colored. They're the indigenous people. Are they? Is that now are they indigenous?
No, you said that when people that came from America, if they went to Norway or any European country and had sex with them people, they wouldn't be that race of people no more. They would be a mixture of a race called mulattoes, or they would be called
indigenous.
Moorish.
Hundreds of years later, would they be indigenous? Would those people, their descendants, be the indigenous people of that land?
Yeah, they could be indigenous. Yeah,
they could be.
No, brother.
Yeah,
right,
they
bro,
could be called. Yes, I mean.
That's not how that works.
Thank you,
Definition
brother.
of the word, one thing, brother. The definition of the word indigenous means that you belonging to a particular place. So if you've been in a place for a couple hundred years and took on some people's customs, yes, you're indigenous to that land.
So white people indigenous, the Europeans indigenous to America?
To America? To the land of America?
That's the ultimate question.
Look at him.
Are Europeans indigenous to America?
Come on,
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
We're waiting for the answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's how I'm about to answer that question. When I hear a European, I say, "What's your nationality?" He'll say, "I'm an American," or "I'm from an England American."
Why you doing that? Why you doing that? Rude. Don't do that, Rude. Come on, man.
I just need 30 seconds, bro. I don't need to be cut off. Now,
Rude, you changing.
If a person say they French American, no, they're not indigenous. But if one of these white people got their papers right and take their ancestors back to the 1600s with the Indians, hey, I don't know who they had sex with.
Rude. Come on, Rude. Stop it.
All
Stop
right,
it, Rude. Stop, man.
Thank you for coming on and providing us with a good laugh. Peace, brother. Peace. Sheesh, man. Oh my God.
That was crazy. Like,
and this is why they stay in the chat. Because they know they clowning them. I am rude.
That's a good one. I am Root.
I am Root. My brother Root with these atrocities that are.
What atrocities was that? That was an atrocity we just had to live through just then.
Hey, appreciate you coming on, Root. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Root, you can come back on, man, but we're gonna have to limit you to like 30 seconds every rip, man, before we have another
hey, one more? Is there one more? I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Can somebody outdo Brother Root? Can somebody
got to redeem Root. One of you Moorish brothers, that's the Moorish, Aboriginal, Indigenous, whatever.
Yeah, man.
Autochtons. Come in the chat and
Hey, Pretendians too. Let
Pretendian. Okay, we could bring a Pretendian on. Somebody tag Top Cap and tell him to come in here with his little high-pitched voice.
Yo, my man said, man, if you get your paperwork right, you can be indigenous. If you got the right paperwork, you can make the paper say anything. Shit. If you get your paperwork right, you can.
Root and atrocity.
Get that paperwork right.
Oh man, my man Root came on. But hopefully, right? That experience causes the brother to look at the channel a little bit more and start to transition out of that nonsense. Because at some point, I definitely wasn't on that crap, but we had a little bit of that, some of that low indigenous stuff, and we natives to the land, and this is a little bit, but then after a while, we just start doing some research. Like, wait a minute. This stuff don't make no sense.
Somebody said my man added 10 words to the dictionary.
Yeah, I see that.
But see, if you rock with the brothers at Be the Power, we will clean you up, Brother Root,
we'll clean you up.
We will make a project out of you, and then give us 6 months. and we will turn you into a shining beacon of hope for everyone who is in your present condition
That's
right
right.
now. We can help you.
That's
I
right.
promise you.
Somebody said they're about to make the Root website right now go right.
It's been crazy, man.
I'm using atrocity from here on.
From
I'm gonna
here
be
on
like,
out.
this is an atrocity.
This is an atrocity.
People gonna be like, see, he don't even know how to say atrocity. I'm gonna bust out. I'm gonna bust out laughing.
Words
like
to my man Root.
Hey
This
Ali,
is a whole atrocity.
Yo.
No, that was Sister Cynthia, I think, on that thread with me with this European racist chick. And she was like, the fact that you're spelling white wrong, I put like 10,000 laughing emojis. Right? Okay, so we got M. Hampton L coming about to come on. Let's see what
Oh,
M.
wonderful. Yes.
Let's see what M.
Yes,
Hampton
yes,
L
yes.
but he's not connecting right now. Might as well have a little fun.
Get your Wi-Fi right, brothers and sisters. Get your Wi-Fi right. Come on, brothers and sisters. Yes.
Give us a new word. We need a new
Give us
word.
a new word. What other new shit y'all got? We got Sister Cynthia is going to write a book called The Black Copper and Atrocity. I can't wait till that drop. You know?
Black copper and atrocities. We
My
waiting
man
for that.
Say when an African and American have sex and create a child, that's a black copper person. Wow, I've never
black
heard that.
copper person.
That blew my mind.
Yo,
hey, that's a Duracell battery, right? The copper top. That's a black.
Oh, that's a copper top. We gonna call them Duracell.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Josh.
Duracell babies, man.
You got them Duracell. Yes. Oh man.
These dudes is crazy. Ali called it earlier. He called it, man. He called it.
Yeah, man. But look, you know, but this is the only stuff they know how to talk about, man. Because can we talk about what I want to talk about?
No, Josh. No, Josh. They cannot go there. Stop it.
Can we talk about this real quick?
Look at Josh. Look at Josh.
Josh, you trying to make sense, man. They don't make sense. That's not their thing. Come on.
Can we talk about this real quick? Just real quick. Can y'all see this? Y'all can see this, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
This, are we looking for escapisms through this? We looking to avoid the conversation.
Right. Because if you indigenous, this don't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
my man Black Sea calling them mandatory Musa. Not Mansa Musa, mandatory Musa.
Mandatory Musa.
Maybe that was a type. Maybe that was a autocorrect or something.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it might have been.
Let's look at these tribes right here. In Tulsa, right? You got Cherokee, 75,000. This is median. This is the middle household wealth. Creek, 42,000. Other tribes, 7,000. Other no tribal designation, but just classified as American Indian, 4,000. Okay, let's look at Tulsa. I mean, let's look at all these cities. LA, 4,000. This is the total household wealth at the middle of and this every city. Miami, 3,700. Boston, $8. Tulsa, 8,000. Look at all these other groups. 6 figures. Where this now? So I don't care what you're talking about, man. What are y'all talking about? If you're talking about how to get solutions for this via reparations and getting the government to address the policy that's done, what are you talking about, man? None of that stuff makes any difference. It's not moving the needle one bit. Meanwhile, hundreds of billions of dollars are getting attributed in policies to other groups. Exactly. And we built the whole entire country.
Thanks for bringing us back to reality, Josh. That was very sobering. I appreciate that, bro.
For crashing our little fun moment.
Yeah,
you know what all of that.
Thank you. But now you got me back serious. See? So you don't see nobody talking about advocating for, and this is why we see. And this is what I wanted to say earlier, and I got busy. See, people say and repeat specificity because they like the way it sounds. It sounds cool. But when we start really getting specific, now we got all these problems. Like, oh, that's y'all getting too specific. When I got to start leaving things alone because it's not as specific as it needs to be, but I have some type of emotional attachment to it. Now there's a problem. You understand what I'm saying? So we talking about, right, advocating for, see, when you say a transformative Black agenda, that's not specific enough for me. I need what we call, right, policies for freedmen atonement. You understand what I'm saying? I need policies for freedmen atonement, local and state policies for freedmen atonement, right? All kind of restorative policies that can bring about the restoration of policies that already once existed, but either were overthrown, purposely made to fail, or hijacked and corrupted, right? So we had policies for freedmen to make the transfer from private bondage to full citizenship. But when Reconstruction was overthrown, and so none of those things were lived out. So now they have to atone for those failed policies. Those were American policies, and they injured our people. We need freedmen acts of atonement, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And on top of reparations or preceding reparations, we need those things. There are certain things that the state of Mississippi has to do for Mississippians because Mississippi did that to them. So we need freedmen, Mississippi, freedmen acts of atonement.
We got a
Same
question
for Louisiana and South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, all these other places, Virginia, right?
Look, we got a question on the board. How can one prove he or she is a descendant of freedmen?
Genealogy. I've been using ancestry.com. A lot of people use ancestry.com. That's like one of the go-to tools for people. You know, obviously, you know, they're connected to a bunch of databases. We mentioned this before, right? Census records, birth records, death records, social security indexes, war, draft registration of cars. It's a whole bunch of stuff, right? So yeah, like Cynthia says, really, basically you get to the 1870 census, right? A lot of times this is what'll happen. You'll get to the 1870 census, find family members. 1860, you can't find no family members in that census. That right there is what I call prima facie proof of descendants being a descendant of freedmen, because those who know about the census and what happened between 1860 and 1870 is that 1860, Black people who were enslaved were not listed in the federal census by name. So for instance, if you find a 20-year-old ancestor in 1870 census, but cannot find them at 10 years old in 1860, that's prima facie proof that that person was enslaved up until 1865, right? So you can go deeper, but it's kind of hard to pinpoint individuals because a lot of them were not documented by name in federal records like that. They were just listed as numbers because they were considered property, right? So the part of the proof, and this is something I've actually discussed with Dr. Darity in the past, is like, yes, he agreed with it. Like, yeah, that would on its face be proof. The fact that you hit that so-called 1870 brick wall, you can look that up. That's an actual thing, the so-called brick wall of 1870, right? That's when you can't find people past 1870 and 1860 or 1850 federal census, stuff like that. So that's kind of like proof. But go ahead.
Now I'm just saying, and just starting off, just one piece that will lead you to a high probability. You know, according to the Smithsonian, the number of Black immigrants that was in the United States before the 1960 census was to the right of the decimal. Okay, so that means it was less than 1%. I think it was like 0.4%. So that means over 99% of the people who were here in America before 1960 were probably here going back much further than that. Which would mean those people would be descendants of those people who were enslaved in America.
And it's actually easy, amazing. Yeah. It's not hard. What you're saying is hard is actually easy. What I'm saying that it is the proof. The fact that you can't find ancestors past 1870 in itself is proof of slave ancestry. You don't necessarily have to pinpoint one individual. If you can, that's great. But that in itself, you look up the term prima facie. It means on his face is proof of slave ancestry, because you understand how the United States government operated using the census as it pertains to enslaved people. They had what they called a slave schedule, where the people were enumerated. So before 1870, if you were not a quote unquote free black person, because some free blacks in the 1860 and I think 1850 census, the head of the household of a free black family might have been listed, not the whole family, but the head of the household. But that's for the free blacks. For the enslaved blacks, you're not going to find them in the federal census like that. So 1870, you can't get past 1870. That's on his face proof, because there were no black immigrants. Understand something, like what Josh was just talking about. You got to look at it from the standpoint of the slave period. In the 1860s, before slavery, there was no black immigrants just freely coming here. So anybody that's here was dealing with either they were free blacks or they were enslaved blacks. There was no immigrants here. So you're going to either come from free blacks or enslaved blacks. It's not hard. Like if you find people in 1870, that means you're a descendant of freedmen, right? Fact. Because there was no immigrant blacks. Fact. The blacks couldn't become no fucking citizens until 1860, when they 1860 something, when they changed the immigration policy, right? I forget what year it was that they changed the immigration, but it happened around the same time as the Reconstruction period starts. They changed it so that people of African descent can immigrate into the United States. I think it was sometime in the 1860s.
Yeah, because they defined the citizenship, right?
Wait, Josh, hold on. My bad, bro, but I gotta address this. So infinite to God says, and this is why I don't believe that it's a waste of time addressing this stuff. I thought so-called black peoples were the original people that were across the whole entire earth. Yo, education in America was a hard thing for us to gain because of racism.
I'm trying to see how that connects with the census, though.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. And that's why I'm kind of speaking to education. A lot of us are not using the faculties that a good, even a basic ABCs, 1, 2, 3s education gives us, right? That has nothing to do with anything. If black people are the original people across the entire earth, that has nothing to do with anything being spoken about tonight.
But what's I'm glad that it was said, and I'm glad that you brought it up, because it goes back to why the race classification system is so problematic.
Exactly.
Because you don't even understand how crazy of it. I don't give a fuck who said it, whether it was Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan. I don't care who said that. That makes no sense, because that's saying that everybody's the same people because their skin has some pigmentation to it. That is just foolishness. So all dark-skinned people, or people who have some type of tonage and complexion, are all the original people of the earth. That is nonsense. That is so a Chinese person has melanin. Does that make them black? They're black too. Everybody's black. And then like this whole copper black man, those are two different colors. So how are you, like, you want black to mean something that it's not? Y'all are making black mean something that it does not mean, and it was never truly intended. The creation of the word black was never intended to be appropriated for identifying human beings. Somebody created a system to do that for confusion and deception, and you won't let it go. You will not let it go. All those people that you call the original black men all come from different families. They have different cultures, different languages. You understand? Different values, different things that they believe in, and they fought wars against each other, slaughtered each other's family members, killed each other, done all of that. You understand? Enslaved each other.
Cynthia.
Done all of that. There is
sold each other into slavery.
There is nothing that could. There is no pigmentation. Does not bind people together. This flat blackness is a problem. Just like flat whiteness is a problem. Until you understand who you're dealing with, you will never be able to properly identify with yourself. And if you can't properly self-identify, you will never, it's impossible for you to properly identify with anyone else. And if you think all white people are the same, you are just as equally lost as in thinking all black people are the same.
And they're not listening to you because some guy named Gabble, he said pull up some ancient Chinese people pics
because they were dark. Because they were dark skinned. You know,
ancient Chinese. What is
anything
about American politics, man?
It's like hypnosis.
You know what? What's
look
interesting?
How dark these people are. They gotta be related.
They gotta be related.
They're dark skinned. That's stupid.
Let me plug this real quick, Ali. For those that do not know, June 18th, 11 a.m., Liberty Plaza at the Capitol Building in Atlanta, Georgia. We are having a reparations and justice rally. For those of you that would like to donate to that our cause, you can, matter of fact, you can go through our website and hit that donate button, and you can use the fundraiser as well. Hold on one second. If you are in the area, if you can make it, I don't think it comes up like that for whatever reason in the chat. If you can make it, no, it doesn't for whatever reason. We would love for you to be there,
bro.
Huh?
What you doing?
I'm trying to put this link in here. Oh, there we go. When I type it, it doesn't come in. It has to have the whole address in order for them to click on the link. So, you know, we have the website where you can donate. We have the GoFundMe. I'm about to pull that up right now. Show some support. Like, we are in this fight. We never gonna not be in this fight. We're gonna always fight for our people. So
that's right. Thank you, Cynthia.
Cynthia is the best, man. Shout out to Cynthia.
Oh,
she is the absolute best, man.
That's right. That's right.
So he said, Gabble said, servitude, not slavery. Servitude, not slavery. Man, call it what you want. Whatever it makes you feel
Gabble,
good.
You gonna jump on Gabble?
But people, right? He wants to feel good. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, if that's what makes you feel good about it, fine. Go ahead. Call it servitude.
What is he calling servitude?
Who knows?
He said that we wasn't enslaved. It was really servitude, not slavery.
So when they can come in there and fuck your mom and then sell her, then take her daughter, fuck your daughter, take your dad, fuck your dad. What's that? That's what kind of servitude is that?
That's right.
Whatever makes them feel good, man.
And they're just saying anything. You can't control where you go. You can't control when you can rest. You can't control when and what you can eat. Or if you can, the quality of your life, because all slave situations weren't the same. And some people so confused, right? They were allowed to, have a lot of privileges, but they had no power. See, you niggas don't understand power. So you really don't understand slavery and how you got into servitude in the first place. Because if you had some power, you wouldn't even been in servitude. But you were powerless, so that servitude created a slavery situation for you.
All right, we got a question on the
servitude.
That's a good question.
That's like saying I'm not a prisoner. I'm an inmate. That's like, what are you talking about?
I'm not a prisoner. I'm an inmate. I'm not a janitor. I'm a custodial engineer.
I'm not a secretary. I'm an executive assistant.
That's right.
Right.
This is crazy.
We got a comment from Bronx Boy J. He said, quick question. So are all of you stating that your ancestors were all non-enslaved freedmen, or are you just choosing to classify with your freedman ancestry to bring awareness?
I don't know what non-enslaved
freedmen. Let me say, go ahead. Well, I was going to say.
Go ahead, Josh.
I understand what he said. It's the misunderstanding of the term freedman. We're saying, we didn't say free black or free person of color or free Negro or free man. We said freed man. That means the person that already has built in, that's the person who was formerly enslaved or descended from somebody who was formerly enslaved. And those people were freed either via manumission or the Emancipation
I'm gonna
Proclamation,
just
or the end of the
give
Civil War, treaties with various indigenous tribes who held those people in bondage to 1866. So yeah, it's not.
I'm just gonna give a real personal example so it can't be confused.
Go
My
ahead.
oldest ancestor on my mother's side was born in 1834 on the Purdue plantation here in Georgia. She was born as a slave, lived as a slave, worked and served and had children as a slave, and they were slaves. They were property of their slave master, right? So then the 13th Amendment was passed and abolished slavery, which emancipated her, right? Emancipation happened. Slavery was abolished. So a slave abolition.
Somebody, hold on, Logic. My bad, bro. My bad. You see it, right, Josh?
Kicked his fool out of here, man.
Let me see what happened. What happened? What happened?
Yeah. Infinite to God. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Don't just sit in the chat. We're invited. If we can't prove anything that was, my brother is just talking about his lineage right now. If we can't
his
prove
family,
it, we're offering you the opportunity to come on here and shut us know nothings down.
This is the type of stuff that they.
Then he said, "Prove your."
So basically, what he's saying is, I can't prove that the person that I'm talking about is my great grandmother's grandmother. I can't prove that.
What the hell is going on?
These people are saying, and some say, so we got a good snapshot at some. See, when you see them type of comments in the chat, I Am Root gave us a Snapchat to why those comments read that way and sound that way. We saw an example.
I Am Root
of that, right? I Am Root, right? So I guarantee you, if we pull up what's his name? Infinite Divine. What's his name? Infinite the God.
Infinite God.
Right.
Infinite the God.
Right. I guarantee you, if we pull that individual up, we'll find that there's nothing infinite about him or godly.
Fact.
You understand? It'll be quite finite and quite humanly. You understand?
Quite mortal.
Quite mortal. Yes. Quite mortal. Nothing divine. Nothing beethic about you. More, look at this dude, man. This dude is funny, man. I am.
You was the star tonight, brother. Root.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
We appreciate you. Hey, yeah. And look, why y'all? What is it again? You go, just look at some of the comments. Y'all want to be Africans? What are you talking about? Like, number one,
we're Americans.
What is the problem with Africans? Number one. Number two. We're talking about we're people. We descended from people who were kicked, as Ali. What did you say about us, Ali?
We're the descendants of the people who were kicked out of Africa.
There you go. We were kicked out. And
this must be some of Dane Calloway's fans.
Yeah.
But we're inviting them on. And where is Dane? Dane is a sucker. Lane Calloway is a sucker. He is a straight sucker with his fake narration voice, trying to convince people of his lies.
Yo, Pete. Dane Calloway says syllabization.
Syllabization?
Syllabization, yes.
Like atrocities?
Yes, like atrocities.
Yes, there were atrocities committed on that syllabization.
Syllabization, yes.
That's Dane Calloway. I swear to God, when y'all listen to Dane Calloway, the next time, if y'all listen to him, watch how he tries to say the word civilization. He says syllabization. Every single time, syllabization.
He's a illiterate that is a con man that has found his niche, making bogus YouTube content, and you know, there's a sucker born every minute, and unfortunately, every second now, right? Our educational system has failed a lot of us to whereas we can't even comprehend.
Hey, Muffet Nellen, I got a question for Muffet Nellen. Put a picture of Jason Black. Hey, yo, pull up a picture of Jason Black so we can see him.
Yeah,
I
who
want to
is
see.
that
I
dude?
want to see who you talking
Does
about.
he exist? Shit, motherfuckers
Well,
with a
he's
question.
not really going at us. He's just saying he's talking about them people in the chat.
Yeah, I know, but no, it's just. I think Muffet was talking about us. Well, maybe I'm mistaken. If I'm mistaken, I apologize. But I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, we're gonna ask you to clear that up, Muffet Nella. What do you mean? Who are you talking to with this comment? Because we did a whole basically 2 hours breaking down everything that this topic.
Nah, Muffet
is about.
said that
Now we just have
never seen him.
Never seen him.
Yeah,
I've never seen him either.
We ain't got
Nobody
no beef
has.
with them, brother. We ain't got
I ain't got no beef with him. I
But if
just
you
wanted
gonna use them to come at us with, we gonna ask for, we gonna
I just
ask.
want
We
to.
gonna
Yeah,
ask some questions.
I don't play peekaboo scholarship. People hiding in the shadows. You know what I'm saying? And like everybody, I've been on this program enough that I can have this icon up tonight because everybody know what logic
That's
looks
a
like.
fact.
I've been on here
no
for
doubt,
years.
no doubt, Muffin Nellen, no doubt. Peace.
Hey, y'all
peace,
ever
peace.
All right,
seen
so he
y'all
wasn't-
ever seen a fight where somebody was getting jumped and they it's like I don't know 7, 8 dudes, 10 dudes, 5, I don't care if it's 5 people, right? They getting jumped, but they holding their own. Like they breaking some jaws, they hitting people in the eye, like they getting beat too. And they may eventually get stomped out, but they didn't beat the brakes off of somebody. Like that's the Friedman story. Like people say, well, yeah, because somebody put in the chat, well, people ashamed of come from that slavery and all that. But I'm like, yo, you have to look at that dude that was putting some work in on all of those people that was jumping him and put some respect on his name. You know what I mean? You got to be like, yo, dude, he didn't win, but like he was fighting. He made them feel him. That's our story in America. We
I've
was
been in
overcome and
situations like
survive
that.
out of that thing. He didn't get killed. He got up out of there. You know what I mean?
I've been in situations like that, getting jumped by 5 dudes, still handling mine.
Yeah.
I throw that in there.
But see, it's even bigger than that, Josh, right? Because we're the greatest people in the history of the world. And why do I say that? Look what all and it's definitely in the history of the United States of America, because look what we gave to everyone else. That's why I'm not interested in no one telling me about coming to the table and what can we do together? No, what can you do for me? My group of people produced civil rights in this country. There would be no civil rights language if it wasn't for my ancestors and our contributions. You would not had no Civil Rights Act of 1866. You wouldn't have had no
Reconstruction
America.
Amendments.
You understand? You wouldn't have had no
Right.
Civil Rights Act of 1864. You wouldn't have had no Voting Rights Act. You wouldn't have had no Fair Housing Act. You wouldn't have
Immigration
struck down
Act.
Covenant deeds. You wouldn't have had
Right.
none of this shit. We gave you all of this. That's why y'all started coming here after 1964, when we created a better America for y'all to live in. That's why none of you niggas wanted to come over here before that, when we was catching all that hell,
And
doing
the
all
ones
that
that
fighting.
probably did come was like, oh hell no!
No, you know what? You know who did come?
I'd rather deal with the lions and the cheetahs than
know
them
who did
racist
come?
devils in America.
Me and Ali tell this story, right? Because a lot of people like to throw this story up after the fact. Guess who did come, right? There was about 400 Santo Domingans, who people want to say that they were Haitians, but they were Santo Domingans at that time. They came over here and tried to help out, right, with the American Revolution. They lost every single battle that they was in when they was over here. Got their asses whooped, and they went back to Santo Domingo.
Yep. Yep.
Lost every battle. They sent the baddest Santo Domingans / Haitians they could find, 400 of them, sent them over here, and they lost every battle.
That's a fact. People could look that up. Like, they try to make a big deal out of this. Haitians fought in the American Revolution. No, they wasn't Haitians, man. Like, first of all, they weren't Haitians. They was enslaved people that was brought there by them, whatever. But anyway, go ahead.
Somebody asked, can I go in on a question that they asked, but I don't see their question. 111 Truth Searcher Can one of you brothers speak on what I just asked? No disrespect. I don't even see
Me neither. I don't
the
see it either.
original question. It's probably filtered. I don't. Sometimes YouTube filters, but then I would see that. I think.
No, look, our facts are not backwards. We put the link in there. You don't have to type nothing else.
That's right. Don't stop typing.
Stop typing. Come on the link.
Typing.
Get on the live and
Get on the live. Here go the link again. Jump on. Stop typing. We making some extra time tonight. Usually I'll be rushing to get off this piece. Tonight I'm not.
These people function like the QAnon type mentality. They just
that's right.
See, you got so the same people that are into like the Donald Trump QAnon weird conspiracy, they love that. So that's a problem of the mind, right? And we got those people in our group, but like they don't really like those narratives in that. So they're attracted to these characters like Lame Clown Away and all of these other people like that. So they can just live in fantasy and some shit like, oh, that sounds really far out. They want to be wild. They want to be wild.
The copper QAnon.
The copper QAnons. You feel me? they want to live in fantasy because that reality is just too much. And like Josh said, it's escapism. It's escapism, man. They want to escape into TPs and smoke peyote and go be high somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Geronimo and shit. They don't want to deal with the pain that comes with walking this freedman path because the history of freedmen is freedom fighting. We've been in a constant state of warfare since we've been here.
And they don't want to fight.
A constant state of liberating our people since we've been here. This is a constant state of liberation. To be a freedman is to be a liberator.
That's
to be a freedom fighter.
It's
to
in
be
the
a
name.
Civil rights activist. To be a fighter for justice. That's all we've been doing.
It's in the name.
We
I don't know why this guy keeps calling us
the
Jerry Uno guy, saying we dashikis. Yo, we Americans, fam. Ain't nobody talking about we African. We descend from people who were inhabitants of the continent of Africa. It's just a fact. You take the link, come on here and show us up. Gotta just stop typing in the chat. Dudes be scared. See, that goes back to what Logic was saying. And then I'm a camel back on that. These people are not fighters. They have resigned themselves. You know how you know that they're not fighters? Because we've all been through certain schools of thought. And the fact that we've come out of them schools of thought shows that we've seen that this wasn't an effective tool to fight with. Why? Because we dissected it, we analyzed it and seen that we thought we were shooting bullets and instead we were shooting the cap gun. Remember them old joints with the paper and the little red
thing? The cap guns.
That ain't doing nothing but making a bunch of noise. They ain't doing nothing. They ain't hurting the soul. So now we're arming ourselves with the political weaponry because, as my brother Logic says all the time, politics is warfare. That's a fact.
Oh my God! Scroll up, Teitzman, the North American. Scroll up, man. The link is in there.
The link, but let me drop. Okay.
Like
he said
put that shit in there 1,000,000 times already.
The North America. What is your name? Tight Sam. Oh, that sound kind of funny.
Tight Sam, the North American Negro.
Hey, man, that's what's up.
Oh, I like that. The North American Negro. I can't wait till he gets on. I have a question about that.
Me too.
Come on, Jerry Uno. You can come on, bro. Click the link. Who was Infinite God?
Y'all don't be mad. Show your DNA test. It's 66% dashiki. No, mine is 89%. All right, we got. Damn, your pause.
Yeah, I'm 70%.
Tight Sam coming
30% European and 0.3% Native American.
We can't see you, Tight Sam. What's good?
Changed his mind.
He jumped off.
He did.
Changed his mind.
This is an atrocity.
What an atrocity. What in the atrocity?
Tight Sam.
I'm here one of these days, man.
Can y'all see me?
Ooh.
I can see you.
I'm giving y'all a good eye, man. This the good eye.
Hold on, man.
Yeah, my DNA test say 70% sub-Saharan
Yo,
African,
brother
percent
Sam, brother
European.
Tight Sam, what's up?
We got Sam
Yeah.
on right now. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, can y'all hear me, man?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
Very
you.
what's
well.
good, bro? Peace.
What's going on, brother? Hey, I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'm just
Wait,
here
hold
to help
on,
you
hold
out,
on.
man.
Before let me stop you, because every time people be in the chat, they be arguing. Then when we give them the link, they jump on and say, "I ain't here to debate with you."
I'm just here to help you out with this Freeman thing, man. Like,
Okay, help us
Oh,
you got
out.
to understand.
Ooh,
Help us
oh,
out, brother.
okay.
I'm gonna ask you this. What year was the word Freeman put into the Choctaw and Chickasaw Constitution?
We
what
don't know
difference do
that.
it make? Why is
We don't
It
know.
makes a lot of difference. It makes a lot of difference.
I'm
It
not
makes a lot of
concerned with
difference.
the Choctaw, Chickasaw,
Word, we're
Listen,
not
because you got
concerned with
You
the
that.
can't
Freedmen
talk
Act,
about the
the
Freemen.
Freedmen Act
Listen,
of
brother. Listen, brother.
the Freedmen
Don't get
Act of
defensive. Don't get defensive, brother.
1865, the
Don't get
Freedmen
defensive,
Act
brother.
of 1865 and the Freedmen Act of 1866 are very clear on who they're talking about. So now I gave you a piece of legislation and a time and a year.
All right,
Brother, I'm
you're
gonna
unmuted.
ask this question one more time.
We
What year?
don't know. We don't know the exact year.
I do.
And
We
we
do. I
Okay,
just did a
thank
whole
you. Thank
program.
you.
We do know the exact
Okay,
year.
we cool.
We did a whole program
Wait,
on
no,
that.
on the chickens. I mean, just off the top of the head. But we don't care about the term Freeman being used with Choctaw and Chickasaw. But
you
explain
got
to us.
to. You have
Well,
to. You can use that term
we're
without
giving
Choctaw,
you.
bro.
Yeah, but
You
let me.
did come on
You
the argument.
cannot use
Can
that
I?
term Freeman without Choctaw, bro.
Can
No,
I?
that's
Can I say
false.
something?
Or
Hey
That's
guys,
Chickasaw. You
absolutely
cannot.
false.
y'all mind if I say
You
something?
cannot
Do you guys
separate the
mind?
two, brother.
Do you guys
can't
mind if I
separate the
say
two.
something? Do you mind
You
if I
can't
say
separate
something?
the
Do you
two,
mind if
brother.
I
You
say something?
cannot.
Do you mind if I say something? Do you
No, I
mind if I
just
say
muted
something?
him. Go ahead, Ali.
All right, cool. So freedmen refers to the black people of African ethnicities that the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee Confederates was enslaving, right?
Facts.
And so you are proud of that because you want to align yourself with the 5 civilized so-called tribes that adopted European Christianity and the slave masters mentality of enslaving black people of African ethnicities, and that group of 5 civilized bastard tribes that sided with the Confederacy against our people and enslaved our people. And you think that that's something to be proud of?
All right, tight. Well, Sam, I'm not calling you no tight, Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Now, again, simple shit. This is why y'all got to listen. There's things out there called congressional records.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Congressional hearings. Now, in this chat, time out. In this chat, I've been typing in the name Harry J. Cantwell. Have you guys ever heard of this guy, Harry J. Cantwell?
What does that got to do with anything? Just explain your
It
point,
got to
brother.
a lot. How you heard of this man? Yes or no? Then that'll let me know where y'all
I'll tell you what I heard of. The 5 civilized tribes, the 5 civilized tribes, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Seminole, they sided with the Confederates. They sided with the Confederates, and they were slaveholders. They were slaveholders.
I got him out of here. He didn't come in here. He just come in here and talk about we crazy. This dude is talking some not irrelevant nonsense that they're going to talk about. There are congressional records. Of course, there are congressional
But he act
records.
like when I just said the Freedmen Acts of 1865 and 1866, like that's not in the Library of Congress as congressional record.
Now,
anyone right now, everybody in the chat, you can look up in the Library of Congress what freedmen mean. If y'all can go back into the programs we did, because we've been kicking Dane Calloway ass for quite some time. We broke down all of the freedmen legislations. We went into the treaties with the Cherokees, the Chickasaw, and all the different. We went into how they sold their land, and their land wasn't stolen from them. They sold it. We went into the dollar amounts and how much they sold it for. We went into all of that. We don't have to go do that again. But what is funny is when we do this type of demonstration, we have one of the pretendians come on, right? That brother probably want to tell you he a pretendian. You know, nothing. That nigga is from where I'm from. He probably one of the niggas that grew up right with me.
He sound like he from Mississippi or Alabama.
Yeah,
that's where you from.
That motherfucker don't know none of them languages. That motherfucker don't worship none of them Native American gods. He don't do none of that.
Let me say this real quick, Logic. I got this pulled up for those people that don't know about the Native. This is from Smithsonian Magazine online. How Native American slaveholders complicate the Trail of Tears narrative, right? And it gets into this fact that these people held our people as slaves, right? So he said we can't use the term freedmen without bringing up Choctaw or Chickasaw, right? But what he fails to understand, because he doesn't study history at all, is that when our ancestors were freed, we were given this name freedmen. That's number one. The second historical point is that those Chickasaw and Choctaw freedmen got their name freedmen after our ancestors got freed, because the United States of America had to go negotiate with this so-called 5 civilized tribes to free the other the descendants of Africans who were enslaved by these people. Y'all don't know anything. Y'all don't know anything.
But they want to come on and ask questions like we're y'all damn students.
They think they're gonna
came
stump
on
you
here to present a case. You should have just came dropping fact. Don't ask me about a bunch of irrelevant.
That's right. They think they could stump you with asking you. That's what Top Caps does. Y'all don't know about this one, or y'all don't know about that one. Do you know about the man?
Answer the question. Do you know this man named Charles?
Yeah. Do you know who this insignificant motherfucker is? I'm talking about.
If you don't know about this man named, you don't know nothing.
Do y'all don't know about Reginald Popeye Jenkins?
Yeah.
If you don't know
they
about
want to talk about the dude Ross.
Do you know about Big
the
Chief
white
Copper
man
Top?
that ruled the Cherokees for 40 years? Come on, man. Come on, man.
All I know is it was written.
Yo, let me put this link in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Let me put this link in the chat.
One more time. All right.
Goodness, man.
You gonna try it again?
I'm talking about the link to the what's the name, but I'm gonna put that in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yo, man, this is silliness, man. Like, it's pure. But listen, I didn't have nothing else to do. I'm just in the crib chilling, so I'm good, man.
Y'all know I'll be the main one rushing to get off this piece. But tonight, I'm chilling. I don't want to.
It's all good, man.
But one of the bros. So we just gonna hang out a little bit tonight, and here's the link. Let's see.
Hey, yo, do this, Naheem. Pull up, Google this real quick. The 5 civilized tribes sided with the Confederacy. Pull that up for them, because they don't know about that either. These people think that they're fucking Choctaws and all that shit
for you, Josh.
Oh yeah,
that for the longest.
I just ain't put sand.
Mike and stuff. Say it again.
The 5 civilized tribes sided with the Confederacy during the Civil War.
I mean, it's even in their treaties, like in the treaties that they have with the United States government. The agreements and that the United States is imposing on them is that they have to basically expatriate or disavow or dissolve their allegiance to the Confederate States of America, to the Confederacy, because all of them was lined up and in alignment with them, and y'all have to have similar laws and practices like abolishing slavery. Y'all basically have to honor the 13th Amendment and give the freedmen, y'all have to give them the same rights as in recognition as any other tribal member, right? So why would that even be fucking necessary to do that? Right? Why would that be necessary if y'all all the same people? So either y'all enslaving your own people, right? Or y'all was enslaving my people. So which one was it? Because they make clear distinctions. Why would I need to have in the language give the freedmen the same rights as any other tribal member if they was already tribal members?
Right.
Why wouldn't they already have the rights?
Stupidity.
And again, we can always bring this up. Why is it only the tribes of the Southeast? The tribes that were in the Southeast why are those the only? Why are those the 5 civilized tribes that that had to sign those treaties? Why wasn't it? Why aren't any of our people claiming to be Navajos?
Lakota.
Yeah, none of them.
Apache, Black Hawk, Chinook,
Man,
Comanche.
bro, you just stop playing. You don't know. You just naming helicopters, bro. You don't know the name.
all them helicopters was
You just
named
naming helicopters.
all of them helicopters, Kiowa. Huey, all them helicopters was named after goddamn nations of.
That's right.
So I know what I'm talking about.
I know you know.
You understand?
All right, look, Native Americans in the Civil War. Native Americans in the American Civil War participated as individuals, bands, tribes, and nations in numerous skirmishes and battles. 28,693 Native Americans served during the war, mostly in the Confederate military and a minority in the Union. They participate, they talk about the battles, et cetera, et cetera. Like these people were with the Confederates. It says most Cherokees sided with the Union, but they soon allied with the Confederacy. Native Americans fought knowing they might jeopardize their sovereignty, unique cultures, and ancestral lands if they ended up on the losing side of the war. So they probably was like, yo, the Confederates was probably telling them, yo, we gonna win this war. So y'all better side with us. And they was like, okay. We
rich on the slavery.
We got slave Negroes too. Why
Yeah.
not? Why wouldn't we join y'all?
Hey, the slave ownership rate in the 5 civilized tribes, I believe, was the same. I think it was like 25% on I think it was a Chickasaw or something like that. But that was the slave ownership rate, and that was the same rate as the state of Tennessee. So they was owning our folks at the same rates as the Europeans of Tennessee. So why would you think they want to give that up? And that cotton production and all of that? Nah, not happening.
So, I mean, oh man.
Yeah, with the black people fought on both sides of what, Jerry Uno? I know you're not talking about the Civil War. I know you're not talking about the Civil War because that has been debunked. That's a Confederate lie. Black people did not fight for the Confederacy. That's a lie, and it's been
All they
debunked by
gotta
many
do is
people.
show us all the pictures of them in the goddamn Confederate. Like I can show you all kind of pictures of niggas in Union suits.
Fact.
Show me the damn Confederate uniform, dressed in regalia. Niggas that fought with Lee in them. Show me where they at.
See, the Confederates put that lie out talking about black people fought for the Confederacy. That's a lie. They had their slaves doing menial work for them, sewing their clothes and fetching them niggas water and all of that kind of shit.
Right,
that's the kind of stuff they had them doing.
Damn rifles. Are you
They ain't give them no guns.
That's exactly.
He said his ancestors
lift a finger out there.
He's lying.
So wait a minute. Aren't you an indigenous dude? And your ancestors fought for the Confederates as a slave? I'm confused.
They're confused.
What is going on
This
here?
don't make no sense.
Or was this a free indigenous person that put the name of your ancestor in the chat, Jerry Uno?
Yeah, we about to look them up.
We're going to look them up real quick.
Yeah, see, this how you do it. Name names, dude.
That's all you got to do. Oh, Moorish Root said his ancestors too. Well, show how.
Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
He looked like his. I believe him.
Name your ancestor. I am Root. Name your ancestor. That's all you got to do. Show how he was instrumental in the atrocities that was the greatest war that had the greatest casualties in the United States of America. And I think in world history, I think the Civil War.
Shit,
he said he's descended to Clayton Bixby, man. That's what he said.
Clayton Bixby. Oh, God. No wonder. You're right. You descended from Clayton Bixby. Jeez. So Root, I am Root says, show me a name that prove you are African.
That's not, listen, that's not how you
show us your name. It's gonna prove you that you're not European.
That's a fact, or whatever you say you are. Sheesh.
Noble Nuth Atum.
Name Williams, last name.
He said genealogy is nothing, nationality is key, unity is a but look, genealogy he doesn't but let me just say this. Genealogy is the research of your family lineage. Right? I don't understand what you mean.
They just don't like
they just be saying anything, bro.
Nationality is American. We got that down. Genealogy, we talking about this going back to
that's right.
Track our people to chattel slavery to make a justice claim for reparations in America.
So this dude don't even understand.
You want to come on?
He doesn't even understand what he just said and how he disrespected himself, his mother,
his family,
his father, and everyone he's related to. Genealogy is nothing. Let me tell you something. Countries, nations where you get your nationality get destroyed through war. They switch names through political reasons, but your genealogy is only going to be what it is. You can't switch up your genealogy. You can't change the fact that you came from your mother and your father and say, I came from a different mother and father. Your nationality is intact so long as that nation is intact. But that nation can be defeated and take on another nationality and another national flag and another national name. But your genealogy is always how you trace yourself back.
It still won't change that. Jump on,
Jerry Uno. You got the wrong show, man. This is not the show we talking about. We talking about the Africans and all that.
We're not saying that we're African.
We don't. None of us got a dashiki on. None of us is talking about. We talking about that. You on the wrong show, bro.
I was telling Logic that the other day. They always try when Logic was on with that pseudo dude Reza Islam and a couple of black conservative, a couple of Clayton Bigsby's, right? Logic was making so many points. They couldn't defeat his points, so they kept trying to make him a Democrat. And no matter how many times he kept saying a Democrat, they just still kept trying to make him a Democrat. So in this conscious, I guess you can call it a conscious debate. You have these people that can't defeat the argument, so they want to keep saying, prove you're an African. I'm American, I'm not African.
Right. Uno. What kind of last name is Uno?
Sounds Spanish or something.
Or Chinese.
What's the screen name? Show us your real name.
Uno.
Click the link. Click the link.
And
prove you're not an African. Prove you're not a European.
You probably some white dude on here. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, wait. We got Noble Noon. Hold on.
Where you?
Yes.
Sorry.
Peace.
I'm right here. Peace and love, brothers. I ain't come up with no
It's the noble. It's the noble. It's the noble.
Everybody got to stop saying they not coming up here for no.
Okay, well, let's bring the smoke then, and let's keep it respectful.
Okay.
All right. As long as we keep it respectful, it's all good.
So you said that genealogy is nothing, but nationality is the key. Explain that.
The reason, okay. So the reason why I say that genealogy is nothing, that's in my paradigm, not nobody else's. This is just from my personal viewpoint. It's because
wait. So you're coming from your own mental dictionary. It's not based on anything that anybody else can confirm.
When it comes to genealogy. Because
wait, I'm asking a question. So
and I'm giving you an answer. Just allow me to.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I just like clarity. That's all.
Right. So I got my genealogy from my grandmother, my great grandmother, my granddad, my great grandfather.
But that's not
and so on, based upon family reunions, ear to mouth, and things like that. But we still went up under a status of Black, Negro, colored, African American. That's not a nationality.
Okay, wait. Let's go. I want to stick to genealogy because your words your words was centered around the fact that somehow, let me see, because I want to
genealogy is not important.
No,
Nationality
genealogy is
no.
nothing.
That's what he said, right? That's
Then
what
you're
you said.
nothing.
You
Then
said
basically,
You
because
said
the family is a micronation, basically,
Mhm.
right? And you're basically saying that you are nothing because your mother and your father is nothing, and that their mother and their father is nothing. Your great grands are nothing. Do you realize
Lord,
that that's what you're saying?
okay. So Lord Albert, so this is what I'm saying from the standpoint of what my grandparents and my great grandparents told me. They never told me that we was from Africa. They never told us
bro.
that we
But you
slaves.
just how did
Hold on,
you
wait a
just
minute. Let
say
me finish.
genealogy?
No,
Can
you're
I
not gonna
finish?
let me finish
Can
that.
I
That's
finish?
an
Let me finish
irrelevant
my.
point. No,
Let me finish my point.
That's an
Just let me.
But hold
irrelevant
on one
point.
second. Let me just say 1 second. I'm gonna allow you to say whatever you got to say. I just want
All
you to
right.
before you to continue on, right? If you're trying to clarify a statement, you have to first say that that's not. You didn't mean to say that genealogy was nothing. Did you mean to say that? Did you mistype that? Was that a typo, or are
No,
you
it
trying to
wasn't.
make another point? Did you just
No,
misspeak at that
I meant.
particular moment?
He
Do
meant
you
No, I meant
believe
what.
that genealogy is nothing?
The reason why I said that genealogy is nothing is because if it don't lead to us as being a nation of people, then it is nothing. If it's still keeping us in the context of being black, Negro, colored, and stateless and non-descendable, then it's nothing.
undescendable. What
That's
does that
all I'm
even
saying.
But
I mean,
genealogy
hold
don't
on,
have
wait a minute.
nothing to do with
That's right.
your genealogy don't have nothing to do with the
Just
type of status you're in. Your
I understand.
genealogy is just
Okay,
your genealogy is just a lineage connection, a bloodline connection of your relatives.
to
That's
what?
what it is. And you
To
if so
what?
you in your
To each
paradigm,
other, to each
in
other,
yeah,
But
so
to
in your
what?
paradigm, right?
each other.
In your
I'm asking.
paradigm, is there not a
You
value
just
of knowledge of self?
Okay,
In your paradigm,
okay.
is there a value of knowledge of self?
All right, I understand that. I
Yes or
understand.
no? Yes or
I
no?
hold on, brother. I understand
so
all
you're
that,
not
but
trying
But
to answer
is there
questions?
a
can I
value on it?
can I talk? And
Can you
then
Yeah.
answer
Can you
I'm
yes
not
answer
or
the
gonna be
question?
no?
long winded. I
Can you
promise you,
No,
answer?
I'm not.
no, no,
No, you get
no,
muted. You answer. The
no.
brother is asking you a question. You want to go on tangent. Somebody said, we not letting them speak. No, it's not about not letting someone speak. We're not gonna allow anybody to filibuster. If you make points, you can say 10 things in a short sentence. It is incumbent upon us to break those 10 things down. So, as the host of Be the Power, one of the hosts, one of the co-hosts, we are going to ask you questions, even if it's mid-sentence, because we want you and need you to qualify the things that you are saying, which is why Brother Logic is asking a brother a question right now that he's trying to get around by going on another tangent. We don't want to hear tangents.
Because all I'm at, because the question I'm asking is simple. I just want to know, and I could have been quiet as long as he said. It's like I just asked him in his paradigm, is there a value in the knowledge of self? That's a yes or no question.
That's it.
Okay, go.
Go ahead, brother. Unmute yourself.
Yes, there is a value in knowledge of self. It's definitely a knowledge of self, but this knowledge of self goes beyond your great grands, your genealogy, and all that. It goes into
Nothing goes
who you
beyond
are
the
yourself.
genealogy.
Okay, and now hold on, wait a minute. So we're gonna get into. See, we about to go into something a whole lot deeper because I just don't stick in the paradigm of
That's fine. Let's go deeper.
I
Let's go
go
deeper.
deeper. So okay, so what is the self?
What is the self?
What
The
is
If
the
true
you
self?
self or
Yes.
the essence of
well,
self?
according to your paradigm, the self is a law. But what do you think the
You don't
self
even know
is?
you didn't even ask me my paradigm. So how you know what my
I
paradigm
know
is?
I can tell by your attire, and I can tell by your attire and the
You
fact
got
that
the
you're
Moorish
calling yourself
flag, you got
noble.
the
You got the
fez.
Moroccan flag
Come
back there
Yeah,
and
on.
all that.
yeah,
We
that's
already
fine.
know what your paradigm is.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is that I deal with science. I deal with
Of course, of course.
everything that deal. Hold on,
What science?
I deal with everything that pertains to the self.
Okay, so
But you
what
just said
science?
genealogy is nothing. That pertains to the self.
The thing, but this is what I'm saying. When I say that genealogy is nothing, what I'm meaning when I said that genealogy is nothing is because we can go far back as we can in our genealogy, but we still cannot find out who we are as a nation of people. We still calling
That's not
ourselves.
true. That is not true. That is
All right,
absolute
so
false. Because
okay.
if you continue to go back down that wheel of time, you will So first and foremost, the premise, the way you frame that is wrong, right? So establishing relatives and what you're talking about as a political construct, talking about what our nationality, you're going to find that you're related to a lot of different people that may have different national allegiances.
That's
Nationality is about allegiance. You understand?
Okay.
So what is your allegiance to?
The thing is this. My allegiance is to
I'll be damned.
my allegiance is this. First of all, my allegiance is first to self, who I am. Then my allegiance is to my family.
Okay.
Then it's to my nation. And
Who's
my
your
nation
nation?
are Moors.
The Moors are not a nation.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
We was an empire. Come on, man.
But you
I know
were.
who you are, Lord. I already know. I know you're.
But you just said your family. Your family is a genealogy.
Wait a minute.
We are all Moors.
Let me talk to him.
Deal with it.
Let me talk.
We are all Moors. Deal with it.
Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
That doesn't mean that you have a nation. Who are you?
We do have a nation. It's just that we don't want to claim it. We want to be. We want to be non-descendable. We want to call. Hold on. Well, wait a minute. We want to call ourselves everything other than what we are.
Brother, listen. You are an American. You understand? You're a citizen
I
of the
agree.
United States of America.
We are the original Americans.
That is your nation. That
we
is
are
what you have
we are the
allegiance
original
to.
Americans. I agree with you. We are the original Americans.
Okay, then stay there with it, brother. Stay there with it. You got to put that other flag up. Put that other flag up.
All right, let me build with him. Let me build with him, y'all.
Red, white, and blue.
Okay, so let's start with our
that red, white, and blue up.
Let's get
I got
to
that
Al
one
Moroccan.
too.
Let's get
with the 13 stars, not the Star Spangled Banner.
Man, put it up. You want to go back to colonial America?
We go to the science. Let's go to the science of it. Let's not go to the rhetoric. Let's go to the science of it.
Okay, but Lord, I was trying to speak with you now. Go ahead, Lord.
Yeah, so let's I'm trying to find a good starting point. Let's start with Al Moroccan.
Yeah.
Al Moroccan. Okay. Where in the historical records can we find America being referenced as Al Moroccan?
Well, if you go into the treaties, and if you actually go and
you said you know who I am, right? So you know that I've been into so then you know that I've been into the treaties, right?
You know you thorough with it.
Okay, so and I've
if
never
if you don't know it, then
Al Moroccan.
And if you don't know it, that means you don't know it. I ain't got nothing to say, but I know.
So now, listen, hold on. But now
treaties?
You're giving us the opportunity to ask you the question to school us. Which treaty? Where can we again? I'm gonna ask my question again. Where can we find America being referenced as Al Moroccan? Don't tell me the treaties.
Okay,
specify a treaty.
Okay, well, what I can say, and this is as much as I can say, is that you may not be able to find it. Because during the Reconstruction period, all the books was burned, a lot of things was whitewashed, a lot of things was taken away.
Damn. All of the books were burned?
Which books? Wait a minute. Which book?
Come on, man. Y'all don't know that?
No, we don't know that. You're teaching us something new. Because
Wow.
remember, when you
Y'all
first
don't know
came
that.
on, look, hold on. When you first came on, you said this, that you go by your own definition of what genealogy or whatever is. You make up your own. You don't go by standard definitions. You make up the definitions. So you have an understanding. You've been asked several questions that you skated around. You attempted to answer the self question. Okay, kudos to that. But now we're asking you about specifics based on statements that you're making. And you can't give us answers because you don't have answers because you're running with the paradigm of what I call the fakamores. That's why you're calling yourself Noble, Nunt, Atum, Shevek, El. That's why you're calling yourself that, bro. That's the Fakeamore demonstration, bro. That's exactly what that is. You know how I know? Wait, you know how I wait. Hold on. Let me mute you real quick, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna unmute you. My name, when I was running with the Fakeamore demonstration, was Nebu Abba Ray El Bay. I had a similar silly name, a similar. So I know. So go ahead, brother.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is that a lot of these things, just like y'all asked me, I want to stick with the genealogy thing, and because that's what I came up here for. The reason why I say that genealogy don't matter or it's nothing is that as far back as we can go into genealogy, we still calling ourselves names or labels that is non-descendable.
What does that mean?
What does non-descendable mean?
Okay, non-descendable means that the name that you're given or the label that you're given does not put you on no type of landmass. Okay, so you call yourself black, right?
No, wait a minute.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute, Lord Apple.
No, because you can't just say something.
Where's black land?
We already did that earlier in the show. No, we already said.
All right, so I'm asking you a question. Where's black land? I wasn't here for the early in the show. Where's black land?
Listen. What's the name? We already said that. We already gave that education earlier. No one. We don't. We already said we don't deal with the race classification system, and that is
okay.
Confusion.
So what do we deal with then?
We deal with nationality. We deal with ethnicity and ancestry.
Okay, so what is your nationality?
I'm an American.
Okay, America to what? What America? Which America?
The United States of America.
That's right.
The same thing.
What other? Wait a minute. What other America is there?
I'm asking the question because there's America.
Okay, and you
the
just
United
got it.
States of America.
What other
Based
America
upon
is
what?
there?
Hold on, Lord Apple.
No. Let me mute you. What
South
other America is there? Simply answer that question.
There's no other country there's no other country that's called America but the United States of America.
So what other America are you talking about?
Okay, so check this out. So we're gonna go into.
You're not answering
No, we're not.
the question.
No, we're not.
No.
See,
y'all not letting me talk. This is the thing.
No,
you're not letting me talk.
You're not. It's a question that you can easily answer. You asked.
I'm trying to answer it, but you won't let me.
Stop crying and just
all right, let him go.
Go.
Man, I mean, come on. We're supposed to be building here. We're not supposed to be trying to go after each other. Let's build. Teach me something. I mean, okay, so come after me.
I'm going after you.
That's
how my sword got sharp.
All right, so I mean, I'm sharp. I'm good and sharp. I'm good.
No, you're not, bro.
No, you're not.
That's cool. That's cool. That's all right. But
you gotta have some acceptance, man. Some acceptance.
Okay, so this is the thing I'm saying. We're dealing with
America. That's the answer.
Okay, so we're dealing with two different types of Americas.
No, we're not.
We're dealing with the ancient America.
No, I'm not dealing with no ancient America.
Listen to what I'm.
The United States of America was formed in.
The United States of America didn't exist until 1871. What is you talking about?
1776.
1776 was the founding document.
Hold on, 1776. No, the United States of America Corporation that you are
1776.
Wait a minute.
Can I get? Go ahead.
We muting him.
No. Because I want Noble to come in, brother Noble. But look, let me just say this first. He's going to talk about the District of Columbia Act that created the municipality called the District of Columbia, which is the seat of the United States government, right? But it's a federal territory it's a federal district called the District of Columbia. 1871 was the act that incorporated the municipality, but he thinks that made the United States. He doesn't understand that act was an act of the United States Congress that created that district. So he's going to try to say the United States didn't exist, even though it was an act of the United States Congress that created this particular federal district. So go ahead, brother Noble. I already know where you're going, so go ahead.
So here we go. Come on, Noble.
All right. So the thing I'm saying is this, and please allow me to talk. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying is that we live in the United States Republic of America, not the United States of America. And,
What
and
about
I agree.
1871?
And hold on. And I agree. That was in the 1700s. That's when that was ratified. Then when we went into this new corporation, when people was talking about we in the United States of America, that was in 1871. That when the Organic Act came into play. That's when the United States became a corporation.
Prove it. Prove it. Give us a reference right now.
You can look it up yourself. The Organic Act of 1871. It's the Organic Act of 1871.
No, that's not what the Organic Act of 1871.
Yes, it was.
All this
Man.
organic,
Lord have
synthetic.
mercy.
No,
Come on, man. Y'all just wanna
listen. America has never. You don't know what a republic is. America has not ever ceased being a republic. America does not have a board of directors that function in some type of weird trust via the Pope of Rome and all this other weird, silly shit that these people have been teaching y'all. The United States of America is a sovereign nation.
That's right.
Ali just told you that the United States Congress created the document that you're referencing, saying that transformed America into a corporation. That is a misunderstanding of what that piece of legislation actually did. We're trying to tell you that we've done this for years. That's why we're joking and laughing, because I can't take this serious, because I've already wasted too much of my damn life unraveling this foolishness. You understand? You still have representatives, districts that they represent, people that vote. That's a republic. That's a representative form of government. You understand? That is representing democracy, which is the will of the people and their elected representatives. America has not stopped functioning that way. So how does this corporate America function different than the republic, this organic America that you're talking about? How do they operate different?
That's another question for you, Noble. The floor is yours.
Okay, so now the floor is mine.
Yeah, because you rambling, you just rambling and you're not giving no proofs.
All right, so I ain't about to go all off to that, because y'all won't even allow me to even talk, man. But the thing I'm saying is that before the United States and America became the United States Republic of America, which before it became that, it was a confederacy, right? Am I correct? The United States, that's over here, these states,
No.
it was wait a minute, it was a confederacy. Because you had Aboriginal peoples over here already had a form of government over here prior.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the United States. That was their thing.
Hold on, it has a lot to do with it, because
give me a reference.
So he's talking about the Articles of Confederation. There was a confederation here in America. Yes, okay. You have the Articles of Confederation.
No, I'm muting you right now. You're right. We're not gonna let you just talk. Matter of fact, this is what we're gonna do. Get up out of here.
Yeah.
We're not gonna let you talk now.
Yeah.
We're not. These guys come on here with this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So we start asking for references, and it becomes look it up. You can look it up. Then it's, well, they burned all the books, so you can't find it. What the hell? Like, come on, man. Get out of here.
They didn't burn all the books. They didn't burn all the books.
Burnings.
They didn't burn all the books. I mean, Taj Tariq Bey got all the books, man. You go to RV Publications or whatever. That's where they get all the information from.
And before people, before people start saying that we're treating people unfairly, that's not true.
I don't care.
Me and Lord Abba and Ali, right, have gone on multiple people's platform, and we've all been attacked, but we come prepared to fight. You understand? So if you're not prepared to defend the foolishness you're saying in the chat,
look at what the Tight Sam clown said. Every time they don't know, they kick you off. We asking you to show and prove.
But yeah, every time they don't know, we asking you to come on and teach. You don't teach by asking questions. Let me just
and you don't teach by telling them to go. What if you went to pay for tuition in college and your teachers and your instructor, your professor said, go look it up.
Yeah,
Man, you will be getting a refund.
Go look it up.
Yeah,
Your professor,
we
you
ask
show up
for
to
you
class.
to come in when y'all. Maybe it's not a clear understanding. Let's give a shared understanding for the group. When
Right,
we
the
give y'all
midwife
that
said,
link,
then it's the white man that wrote them books. So it's going to always be a moving of
it's
the
always
goalpost.
something. But when y'all come on, the expectation is for you to show and prove. We have a whole laundry list of us and doing videos.
That's right.
Pulling up documents and going in. So we already done showed and proved. So when we drop the link and you come on, you don't come on asking, do we know all these insignificant ass people?
Now here we got another lie. Here we got another lie. Original one says that the U.S. Constitution says the Iroquois inspired the U.S. Constitution almost word for word. Where is that? What article?
God,
which
damn,
section?
It's on
Which
RV Bay
amendment?
Publications. That's what it's on.
RV Bay Publications? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's it.
So
Yes,
let's
that makes
see.
it facts then.
But let's say that it was, right? What significance does that? First and foremost,
Nothing.
What language was the Iroquois Constitution written in? Who translated it? And how did they get it almost word for word, when we all obviously know when you translate words, they lose its potency. So how in the hell could it be almost word for word if it's written in two different languages?
That's right.
Because you got to translate it and then transliterate it.
That's right.
Oh my boy, it's too much.
So now
going on.
The U.S. is not sovereign. These people are crazy. These dudes are, yo, bro, you're bugging. Brother, you are bugging. The United States of America is the premier sovereign nation in the world. What are
there's
you
no
talking about?
There's no one more sovereign than America.
Not only do they print their own money, other currencies in the world have to use the American dollar standard to even function in the worldwide economy. They have their own military force that goes and invades other sovereign nations. What are you talking about?
But okay, so if America's not sovereign, who is America subject to?
Noble Nunf Atum Shvek El. Shvek El said the dollar is nothing.
Just like your
How you pay your rent? How you pay your rent?
I can give a listen. I got a cash app.
Yeah,
I got a cash app. Send me all of your nothing dollars. I will take them off your hand. No
these
problem.
dudes need therapy, man. This dude said his genealogy is nothing. The dollar is nothing. Where you live at, dude? In a hut?
Yeah,
he probably lived with his mom. Now see, when you listen, this is what happens. When you live with your moms, you don't have to worry about it. Mom taking care of everything. And like, man, I don't need no motherfucking dollars. I can go out there acting the fool with the police. And, you know,
like, we got somebody else jumping on named Truth.
So okay, excellent.
Okay, what's up, Truth? Give us some truth.
Man, what's good, bro? I don't know, man. I fell off on the drive, but y'all kind of amped up, man. What's good? I'm coming peace, love, and light, brother. Peace, love, and light.
Peace, love, and light.
You feel me? Hey, look, man. At the end of the day, man, you know, regardless of what the titles is, when we look at each other and the rest of the world look at us, man, we the same fucking people. The only confusion is with the titles. Genealogy is important because right now, everything as far as racial, ethnic identity is based on group, and motherfuckers ain't finding out who they is. That's the key important.
That came in on the stream, or
he talking about root. He talking about root.
I'm not talking about root. No, I'm just talking in general, because that's the thing. Like, you know, everywhere I'm going, you know what it is. You know, niggas is talking group ethnics, but tying stuff to it, bro. You feel me?
Yeah.
Not group.
I got
you. Feel me? So you gotta know it. You know, we can. It's one thing to say black people was this and that, but how do that personally ties into you?
Right.
Like, let's just take shit for instance, right? What happened in Northeast America is what was different than what happened in Mississippi, regardless if them people family or not. So you know,
it's so good to have somebody to come on with some common sense. But go ahead, brother. You listen.
Feel me? The thing is this right here, brother. And you know, and I ask everybody this question all the time. And you know I'm not lying when I say this. Let's just go back 10 years. conscious community, you know, Negro grouping and all that. If a motherfucker jump out in the crowd and be like, black folks populated all four corners of this earth, every black person would throw their fists up and be like, hell yeah, brother. Right? Facts?
Right.
Yeah, like, what happened to these Negroes in this corner of the world that we call the Americas? Because we know these Native Americans ain't indigenous. Can't no pale person be indigenous nowhere. So what happened to all of the Negroes that was in America? What happened to them? That's a general question. You know, like I say, like I don't come on this shit for no.
Okay, so wait, let's dissect what you're saying, because I want to try to get an understanding. So basically, you're saying that the people that let me give a little more context too. We were going at legendary Top Cap, and he brought up some history that was wrong. So what we did was brought up the right history about how the French came to Florida. He said it was the Spaniards in the 1500s. They drew images of the people that they saw when they got here, and they weren't quote unquote Negroes. This is the 1500s. They weren't blacks, Moors, or whatever name you might call them. So you're asking a question about where did the black people go because there were no other people over here. Am I correct?
Well, basically what I'm stating is this right here. One, you know, in a sense, what you're saying is yes, but it go deeper than that. If we are all under the understanding that black people populated all four corners of these earth, then we know it was Negroes in America. So what happened to them? They one, you know, I don't know, you know, which I was debating with that brother, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I got, you know, the corresponding letters for Verrazano, Navarez, De Soto, and other first-hand account from Conquistadors. These was, you know, man, not to be like bogus or nothing and shit, because I call our shit the nigga culture. I know people think it's woo-woo, but ain't no mistake in that. You feel me? But it was niggas here, bro. That description ain't nothing but Negroes. So when we got people actually doing their genealogy, they finding out that their grandma wasn't lying to them. So it's not going to be like that for everybody, though. You feel me? But I got corresponding letters from the 1500s that say that these was black people, coarse hair. Never seen a Native American.
So what? Give me a reference that I can pull up.
He just said it. Verrazano, and some of the other conquistadors.
I got it here too. I got it in my library, bro.
But this is the thing, and this is why genealogy is so important, because and this is what is problematic with the race concept and looking at and identifying people through racial lenses, right? Exactly. So look, I don't care if niggas was with afros and shit over here and all of that. That don't mean we all the same people. That's where my focus is. So we're not all the same people. So I don't care how dark a person is or how big their afro is or how naughty or kinky or how curly their hair is, because
everybody ain't the same, bro.
Everybody's not the same.
Even in Africa to this day,
that's a fact.
Exactly.
That's a fact. Like you could look at a person like Lupita Nyong'o, right? Let's use her as an example because she's a great example. You look at her phenotype and you understand that she's an East African based on where her family comes from. Based on where my family comes from through genealogical research, the western coast of Africa, and looking at my family's phenotype, I can look at Lupita Nyong'o and look at the people in my family and see we're not the same people. We can look at each other's phenotype and see we're not the same.
Let me just jump in real quick, because of course I pulled up Verrazano. I wanted to see what he described.
Hey, brother, no disrespect, bro, but can I drop you the actual correspondent book, bro? I'll drop it. Let me go to my I'm gonna send it to my email. Then I'm gonna drop it in private chat. Because a lot of time, modern sources be third, fourth sources, and they try to be politically correct with names. Negro or color or nothing. They're gonna say African American by default because they think they don't want to disrespect us.
Let's take a pause though, real quick. Right before you read this, Abba, before you read that, I just want to say, look, whether we end up agreeing or disagreeing, I just want the people, the viewers, to know this is the difference. So you see how we allowing this brother to talk?
That's
because
right.
he is having a more intellectual
That's right.
conversation. He's willing to give sources, and it seems that's why we didn't cut him off. And the exchange is totally different now.
That's right.
So we just don't have time for bullshit, but we will have intellectual exchanges.
That's right.
I appreciate that because that's how I like to build, bro. We get to cussing at each other, it ain't gonna get shit done.
Okay, no doubt. So let me you know, I'm familiar with Verrazano in New York, right? We got the Verrazano.
We got a bridge named after him here.
Right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay, let me see. It says the Verrazano party made contact with the Narragansett, the Mohican, Wampanoag, Abenaki, Pokanoket, Pokanaket. I'm saying that wrong. The Penobscot, whatever. Verrazano reported that he and his crew were treated well by the natives they encountered. The Europeans and the Indians shared meals, and the Indians often organized sporting games for their mutual entertainment. In Narragansett Bay, if I'm saying that correctly, Indians came on board the ship. According to Verrazano, they exceed us in size, and they are of a very fair complexion. Right. Some incline more to a white, and others to a tawny color. Their faces are sharp, and their hair long and black, upon the adorning of which they bestow great pains. Their eyes are black and sharp, their expressions mild and pleasant, greatly resembling the antique. In a letter to the King of France, Verrazano wrote that the Narragansett are the most beautiful and have the most civil customs that we found on this voyage. Now, I'm not saying that Verrazano might not have seen some dark-skinned natives that could have even been classified as Negro today, et cetera, et cetera. But I gotta go back to the statement that you made when you said that these light-skinned people weren't here.
All right, this is the thing, right? One, you know, like one thing about Verrazano, we gotta understand where these travels was at. They started from the tip of Florida and went all the way up into Canada. Now, in the Carolinas, he speak about the Chicharron tribes, the ones that was unlike the Ethiopians with the coarse hair, but then he talk about the Duhar tribe. You feel me? And you will find a reference from the Vikings about who the Duhars really was. But for most of the tribes, and I'm dropping it in the private chat, you know, you got to read the whole book so you can understand in full context. You know, the beginning of it is just speaking about him.
And we will.
Together. Yeah, you know, the beginning of it is about speaking about him coming together and preparing for the voyage. And then when they start getting the voyage, he tell you about his stops. Now, people didn't come on those ships just friendly like that, to be honest. Some of them was forced and duped. And it was taken away.
Let me ask, do you have any page numbers where I can find?
I got you, bro.
Yeah, because I just want to look, and the
so
thing
you can get right to it. I feel you.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not arguing that, right? We're not arguing that. I'm trying to learn something else because Ivan Van Sertima wrote a whole book called "They Came Before Columbus," and in it he identifies that there are or were the English and European explorers, the Spaniards, etc., came over here. I have references that I've broken down on our Be the Power platform as well. But these guys are saying is not the same as what we're talking about. And what they're trying to do is squeeze a round peg into a square hole to make a history out of something that makes no sense. So even when you ask the question, right, where did the black people go? My grandmother that passed, my mother's mother, passed down to my mother that we were Moors from South Carolina. It wasn't until I got into the Moorish movement that my mother then had an understanding of what that meant. Oh, well, basically we're just some black people that had this name. And my mother thought that it was just another last name of ours.
Right.
See? So, okay, there's a paper written by a woman named Rita Reynolds, a dissertation out of the University of Massachusetts, where she talks about the wealthy free woman of color in Charleston, South Carolina. She's specifically speaking about women who identified as Moor. She didn't know if they were slaves or not, or if they were once enslaved, if they were freed, et cetera, because the records weren't clear. So we have that in the historical records, but that doesn't jive with what these fakeamores are saying and what they're talking about at all. And,
right,
and
I ain't even gonna lie, brother. I wouldn't
Mhm.
even indulge in that specific part of it because I'm not knowledgeable about what you're speaking of. You're being very detailed about something, and that's something I have to look into before I can even give you an opinion towards that.
Yeah, no
So,
doubt,
you know,
definitely.
I have to take your word for it, but something about Ivan Van Sertima, you feel me? The thing was, the reason why he said they came before Columbus because it wasn't no denying that these ancient civilizations over here was Negroes, but they never ever found the so-called migration from Africa to here to prove that these people was direct descendants of Africans. Now they only assume that because they say they black and they automatically tie black back to everything Africa, no matter where it is, except
Well,
for
there was more evidence than that. They found, fossils of elephants. They found bananas over here that are not indigenous.
Well, you gotta understand
this
this is the land that is indigenous to the woolly mammoth, which ain't nothing but an elephant with hair. You feel me?
But they distinctively, these archaeologists also know that. You know what I mean? So when the archaeologists do the comparison, they know the difference between a woolly mammoth and an elephant from Africa.
Check the private chat, bro. I'm dropping a link. You got to download it from the University of Massachusetts website.
All right.
And
that.
There's also archaeologists that have tablets with ancient Arabic writing in America. Arabic writing.
That's right.
Let me
but it's also the oldest.
Real quick, I just want to address Shevek L. He said if he read Ivan Van Sertima, then he know about the golden age of the Moors. Of course, we know about. Got the book, The Golden Age of the Moors, and there's a scholar who wrote a chapter in that book by the name of Jose Piamenta Bay, whose book I have right here. Hold on, we are not. Let me get this off the screen. He wrote this book. Oh man, my green screen is messing up but Othello's Children in the New World. This is one of the scholars who wrote a chapter in that book. So of course, and he identifies himself as a Moorish American, and he's not talking any of that stuff that y'all fakeamores are talking about, bro. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
No, but what the brother's saying is we gotta also understand it's a lot of ancient Paleo-Hebrewic artifacts been found here. The oldest 10 Commandments was found in Los Lunas, New Mexico. Everybody is under that. So it's a lot of ancient scribes and things like that from all civilizations that is found here that they don't speak of. You feel me? The Los Lunas stones, the Bat Cave stones, the Serpent Mounds. You feel me? Also the Masuk tribe and shit on the northeast. You feel me? They found the tablet.
We familiar with a lot of that, bro.
And you know what that is evidence of? That's evidence of migrations.
Yes.
Right. And so
migration is key, bro.
Exactly. And so for a lot of the people who are anti the out of Africa idea, right? It's a lot, we're native here, right? So even the so-called Mongoloid Indians are not from here. They call them indigenous, they call them Native Americans, but they have a migration story too, right? So with what you're talking about, finding Egyptian artifacts in Nevada, or finding ancient Canaanite or Phoenician scripts someplace here in the Americas, only thing that does is undergird the fact that people migrated from the east and came this way, whether they came from the east across the Atlantic or whether they came across the Pacific some kind of way.
Right.
It just shows that there was a migration, because there's no way that the Hebrews were native here, and then the Chinese people were native here, and then the Australians were native here.
Hebrew artifact go back to almost like if I'm not mistaken, it's almost like 3,000 some years. Is actually Paleo Hebrew, not the shit that them Jewish motherfuckers speak. It'll be
right.
The original language, as I like to say, it'll be the language that Yahweh would have spoke, if we want to speak in that terms. You feel me?
Yeah, but that's why I say that's why I say Canaanite, because what they call in Paleo Hebrew is actually Canaanite.
Right. And you know, I showed the migration on my channel about the Native Americans. I deal with that shit as far as migration, language connection, which they speak Nadane, which is a branch off the Yemenese language in southern Siberia. I dealt with it with the genetic field to show that the samples that they got from the Native Americans was closely related to a tribe in North Japan called the Anu, which showed that these people genetics is from all various parts of Asia, and the migration is actually more recent. If you study the Clovis first, they haven't been able to find the migration starting point. So it's all still a theory because they know that these people are Mongoloids, but they can't find it. But when you get into the Ganilla Malayan slave, trade route, you know, and get heavy into it, and you know, they start dealing with scholars that's dealing with it from the ship logs, the embarks and disembarks, knowing that the Portuguese and the Dutch was the biggest slave traders, and they was heavily active in the Southeast Asian area from the Indian subcontinent all the way to Japan, flooding Manila, Philippines with nothing but slaves that was being brought to the Americas, being stopped in California, Mexico, off into the Gulf, to the islands, and then on their way to Seville. For almost 300 years, that we started dealing with a proven migration, you know, something that we can really show peoples from these areas being bought over here. Also dealing with laws like New Spain passed a law in 1672 classifying all Chino as Indians. Now, the Chinos was the mass bottleneck grouping of various groups of people from the Indian subcontinent and all Southeast Asia, and they collectively called them Chinos, but it actually bottlenecked them from their original origins. So all these Chinos was being classified as Indians, and then they didn't even have to search for these niggas no more. They started meeting them at the shores because word got back because Mexico was in control of Manila from fucking 1600s all the way into the 1800s under the guise of the crown of Spain and shit. So this was a big trade going on at the same time as the Atlantic activity. But it just
hold on, Truth. Brother John got a question.
Yeah, bro. I respect you dropping the information. You know, you're sharing a lot of stuff. I had two things I wanted to ask you. Number one, in reference to what you were just saying. So are you trying to imply that basically the reason why we have so many Native American tribes that look like they may come from Asia, and more of them don't look like what we would call like how we looking today, is because they mixed with us and kind of diluted? Is that what you're trying to?
No, sir. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is yeah, it was mixing among all those group of people that they was grouping together under Chinos. But if you look at the geographics for real, right? I'm from Mississippi, but I grew up in Chicago too. And I'm from
Chicago. Yo, hey, me too.
Yeah, bro, from the hundreds, my G. You feel me?
All right.
You feel me? So when you look at the Midwest as a whole, and I've been all over it, and your boy from Chicago, so he know we go all over the Midwest. I've been all over the South. You don't really start finding the so-called Native Americans that we see on TV until you get into the Southwest and to the West Coast. Point blank, period.
Peep this, right? Now, those would have been made to be the poster child image of the quote-unquote Native American, right? Now, that check this out, right? That look is so close. So we know, we talked about these Spaniards. A lot of these so-called Spanish conquistadors was really Italians. You know what I'm saying? So Columbus sailed from Spain, but that motherfucker is Italian. He comes from northern Italy. You know what I'm saying, right? And so I was just talking about this with the brothers the other day. Like the Italians from the South look so much like the so-called Indian, that the television Indian.
Yes, sir.
That the most famous motherfucking, his name was Eagle-Eye Cote. He was a full-blooded Italian, but he was the most famous television Indian that there was, and he was 100% Italian. But he was they marveled him as being the perfect depiction of an Indian, and this motherfucker was 100% Italian. So when you talk about the people that was in Florida, and then the people that was operating all through up into Canada and doing all these excavations and these explorations early on, you know that there are some Italians and some Spanish. Now we look at what was going on prior to 1492 when these motherfuckers started selling, right? You got Isabella and Ferdinand actually driving the Moors out after the Moors had already had a presence in Spain for almost 1,000 years, where there was a lot of amalgamating with their harem. You understand? So they have a little bastard mixed children with they little Spanish and European slave women, right? These
Right.
you have Christian converts, the Moriscos, right? So you have all these people. So a lot of people are under the misconception that when these conquistadors came, it was just a bunch of pale-skinned Europeans on these boats. But these motherfuckers that looked like me and you that came with them. You understand? On the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, the Mayflower, these motherfuckers had dark-skinned people who tied into some of the families of the Almoravid, the Al-Hamadi, the Abashid, you know what I'm saying? And the different Moorish dynasties that ruled Spain during that time. And we already know the history of how the Carthaginians went up into Italy and changed the whole complexion of the South Italy, right? The boot is what they, you know what I'm saying? So we know that a lot of these different groups. So now we have a different scenario when we talk about the mixtures and what people look like. A lot of people is hiding in different ethnic groups. Just like Eagle Cote was able to be the most famous Indian and was being heralded as the greatest Indian in America until he was found out. There's a lot of confusion on who people really are in this country. And going back to the original topic of the show, the race classification system makes that more possible because we don't focus, like right now, this is like almost a new introduction to identity politics and identity understanding, because now we're going deeper than just I'm black. We're going deeper than these titles that don't have no specificity to them. So now when I start digging deep into my family, see, motherfuckers wasn't on lineage a while ago, tracking into their bloodline. We always had these sayings in our family, oh, I got some Indian in my family, but motherfuckers couldn't tell you which Indian was in their family. You know what I'm saying?
It's easy for me, my G. You know, my great grandmother, which is my grandmother's mother, who also she raised my mama. She was a full-blooded Choctaw Indian, about as dark as the back of your screen cover right now. You feel me? From Mississippi, full-blooded, no mix.
How?
It's on a live certificate of birth, my brother.
Okay, so she wasn't a slave to the.
No, sir. We was not no slaves. As a matter of fact, my surnames that go back directly, that I'm directly connected to, the two surnames I'm directly connected to, are on the McKinnon West Choctaw Nation roads.
I don't deny that. I don't deny that. My people.
No, the brother was asking me, so I was just giving them clarity so I could let them know that I ain't just talking out the side of my ass. You feel me?
That's good. Yeah, I don't deny that at all.
And this one do know genealogy. I known since a kid. Now, don't get it twisted. I didn't know the importance of it. You feel me? But as I got older, I realized the importance of it. So, you know, I did reach out to my auntie that got that Bible that was in everybody's family from back in the day that wasn't no scriptures in, but nothing but family and marriage licenses and things of that nature and shit. And, you know, based on what I seen from the outlining of Humphrey counties, Mississippi, they pretty much built the county around my two families because they was the biggest families in all of those cities that's in Humphrey counties, Mississippi, including with a family in Washington County and Greenville, where I was partially raised at before Chicago and shit. So a lot of this is from my family first, and then digging into the history and shit. You feel me? Because we could dig into the history all day, but until you tie yourself back to it, you know, then it's really just coffee talk.
Yeah, and so I don't have no problem with that. Like my people from Mississippi too. You understand? We in Webb, Mississippi. I can identify Irish people in my family. I can identify, you know what I'm saying, a lot of different kind of people that are in my family. And if you have a history like we have, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be able to do that too, right? So what we try to get an understanding of, right? And what I say is like, and I can't speak for every dark-skinned person in America, but my type of people, right? My family, we like the pit bulls of the human family. You understand? So the pit bull, and I don't know if you know anything about dog breeding, but I'm an
Yeah,
old
it's a shit
pit
show.
bull breeder. I bred pit bulls for years, and I bred bullies, right? So when you get into breeding, the pit bull is a hybrid. He's an amalgamation, and they mixed him so much that he created his own line. So he is a distinct breed. He's no longer a terrier anymore. You can't just say, oh, because you can go down his pedigree and see that there's a terrier in there and say, oh, this is just a terrier. No, you got
Right.
he got the bull line in him. He got all that in him, and he's mixed so much to a degree that it's its own breed of bulldog. The
Right.
pit,
You've been to
American,
Mississippi before, right, bro?
American pit bull, right? And
You-
so that's how I am. I can go. I'm an American, well, for lack of a better term. I'm the native Black American, because we originated with, they created a new breed of human beings through the unnatural mixing and actual breeding process that they exercise here in America, that bred ethnic groups who have never organically bred in that way, in that fashion, and to that degree, that created the American Negro. That is a new breed of human being.
Hey, my brother, Lord Albert, you know, as far as scholarship go, is Cambridge and Oxford a good source as far as scholarship information and stuff?
I mean, and what do you mean?
No, I'm just saying, because I wanted to show a source, but if y'all don't deal with that, I wouldn't want to bring it up. If you just
we deal with Cambridge and Oxford are definitely.
I wanted to show. I wanted to show something real quick if it's cool.
Okay, do that, bro. But after this, we gonna get up off as we going on 4 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm not sitting here too much.
No, I feel you, my brother, no doubt.
I got you though. I got you pulled up.
All right. This right here, this is the name of the book. It's about Tatiana Sayas. And you can look her up. She's well respected in her field. Every one of her chapters got the sources and the docket numbers from everything that she got, the archives dealing with the disembark and embarks of ships, dealing with not only the Portuguese, the Dutch, the British, the Spaniard, mainly because most of it was going on in New Spain. And I ain't gonna get in depth. I'm gonna just give the introduction, because that's basically letting you know where they're going with it, and y'all can take it from there. You feel me? But during the late 16th and 17th centuries, countless of slaves from culturally diverse communities in the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, journeyed to Mexico on ships of the Manila Galleon, which was the name of the shipping company that had multiple ships on it. On arrival in Mexico, slave owners and Spanish officials grouped them together, overlooking their social and linguistic differences, and categorized them all as Chinos. In time, Chinos came to be treated under the law as Indians, the term for all native people of Spain colonies, and became indigenous vassals of the Spanish crown after 1672. The implication of this legal change were enormous, as Indians rather than Chinos, they could no longer be held slave. This book's track Chinos' complex journey from the slave markets in Manila to the streets of Mexico City, and from bondage to liberty. Now we gotta remember, in context, New Spain and Mexico stretched all the way up into the Oregon territory. Is not the Mexico that we know of today.
All right, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What is this source relaying?
The source is relating to a trade that was going on in the Pacific for 300 years, from 1500s to the 1800s, dealing with shipping of people from all over, from the Indian subcontinent to as far as Northeast Asia, but everything in between. Manila was the biggest trading market for the Asian continent. So everyone, not only the Portuguese, because who didn't have silver deposits, was and the Dutch and the Chinese, and the Ottomans, they was bringing slaves and goods to Manila to be sent to the New World and then into Seville. So you find actual more documents of the Portuguese and them being more active in the Southeast Asia, because all the silver and gold that they was extracting from America was being sent to Manila, and they didn't have silver deposits. Only the Spaniard had control over it. So they brought them slaves there to get this silver and shit because they needed it. So this was the tracking of people forcefully moved and bought into the Americas. And that's why I say you only see these Native Americans like that on the Southwest and West Coast of the Americas, and they look just like the fucking Hispanics as well too. You feel me?
I want to pull up this comment and I want you to address it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Jerry Uno says, show them we don't have African or quote unquote native ancestors. Big truth. Walk them down. What does he mean by that?
Oh no, you know, I can't really speak on that, bro. You know, man, I just present information, bro. But the thing is, we not claiming to be Native American, though. That's another misconception. They are Native Americans. We consider to be original. Native is a foreign term that was first used in 1784 by British white folks to distinguish themselves from the rest of the Europeans migrating over. That's why you got three different types of Native Americans. You got the Mongoloid looking one, the European looking one, and the Negro looking one. Now, only one of them can be original, which means two will have to came by migration. Because I never ever seen on any continent where you got a original group of people that look so differently in the three ways that they do look. You got motherfuckers out there look like straight Europeans. You got motherfuckers out there look straight like Asian. Then you got somebody out there looking like Negroes. So somebody got to be the original, or you got to show me a continent where that same civilization of people was around already without some form of migration. Usually when you see that a migration happened to have that diverse complex amongst a group of people. You feel me? That, like your brother was saying about the Italian dude, I know about. See, those are the fake East Coast Indians. That's where the European looking ones came in. The $5 Indians buying their way in. When the United States finally conquered the West, all they did was absorb the Spanish Empire, which they already had these Chinos classified as Indians. So they used.
Real quick, bro. The Chinos. that was the question I was going to ask you about. So. Are you saying that the Chinos were like the black Indians?
No, the Chinos.
No, they look like the Mexicans, like Lou Diamond Phillips. Like Lou Diamond
Chinos
Phillips
was the ones they was bringing across the Pacific. That's why you see them so heavily in Latin America and then on the West Coast of the United States. They all look alike. They just keep it G. They all look alike. And in Mexico to this day, it's a town that still celebrate they Filipino culture and Chino Poblano, that culture and shit. That is about a Mongol princess that was kidnapped by the Portuguese in Hindustan, you know, the Indian subcontinent.
Indeed.
Yeah, I got my second question that I was trying to ask. Yeah.
And notice Mexicans still call themselves Chicanos or Chinos to this day.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yep.
So the second thing I was going to ask is, now we're all this is my issue, man. You know, with having this conversation with a lot of people, and that is, it's good to, you know, get into the history. It's good to study and read and all that. But when we talk about affecting our material condition in America today, you know, as a bottom caste group, now whether you want to associate yourself with being a part of the so-called Africans, or whether you want to be associate yourself with being a Native American, I don't know which one that you are associating yourself with. Excuse me, I know you said indigenous, but based on America's system, America would classify you as Negro. If you from Mississippi, I would assume you had people that dealt with Jim Crow and probably chattel slavery. I know you said one ancestor of some ancestors in your family was never enslaved.
My great-grandfather had a plantation in Mississippi.
So you don't have not one ancestor who was enslaved.
Not at all, and not even trying to be funny, bro. I done got back as far as 1839, bro. And
this is what we're gonna do, because I've always asked. I've never denied that is a possibility. I've always doubted it because I've never had anyone come up and bring their proofs.
I deny it as a possibility, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I deny it. The reason I deny the possibility of people who are phenotypically black, right? For lack of a better word, I know black is not, but
yeah, we ain't gonna play no semantics, bro.
Phenotypically black Americans, right, who have ancestry that goes back before 1870. The reason that I have a hard time believing that there are no slave ancestors, even though we find free people in our lineage, is because I understand that each generation back you go, your ancestry doubles. So you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great grandparents, you have 16 second great grandparents, you have 32 third great grandparents, 4th great grandparents, you have 64. So to say with absolute assurity that out of the 64 4th great grandparents you have, that none of those 64 people were enslaved is far-fetched.
Yeah, and because I know on my family,
well, brother,
going back to 3rd great grandmothers, that's when we get to slavery. So then we talking about 4th, 5th, 6th, to go back and say you ain't have nobody. That's a lot, man.
But look, brother, I'm telling you my personal family, so that's not really. I mean, you can take it how you want, but that's the truth. That's just like when you telling me you got a slave. I mean, honestly, no disrespect. I didn't say it out of respect because I didn't want the shit to go left, but
No, listen, I don't think I'm not sure you understanding what I'm saying.
Gotta show me that. You feel me? Like, but at the end of the day, that's your family.
I believe that you have not found any slave ancestors. I believe that. I accept it. Right? That I don't know your family history. What I'm saying is what you've probably done is gone through one line of multiple lineages that make up who you are.
Now I went through both lines that make me up. When you look at it, right? I went through my grandmother. So I went through her father and her mother. And I also know my mother's father and her sisters on her father's side, and their mother is a Choctaw. You feel me as well? Because we all come from the same area. Now, was we reclassified as Negroes? Yeah. When you get to my mama,
do you have 64?
That's when you start seeing the Negro word. You feel me?
Truth. We're not talking about what they called people, right? So in your Bible of family archives, you have 64 great grandparents in there.
You say 64 great grandparents. Yeah, it's people in there that I don't know about that branch off through marriage to other ones. So that's why I only dealt with my grandmother's direct lineage, so I could get directly to me. I don't want to get lost in all the other.
No, I got you. I got you. But what Ali is saying, right? Like, so when you get to you got your mother and your father, their mothers and fathers. Those are your relatives. And when so you got your mother's side, your paternal and your maternal side.
Mm-hmm.
You got grandparents on both sides.
Yeah.
Then you got more grandparents. These are the people that you're related to. So what Ali said, when you go back to like 4 generations of grandparents, you done hit about 64 people.
Well, you gotta understand, bro, the middle part of the state, you gotta understand what was going on, right? A lot of this shit happening in the 1700s was really going on the East Coast and on the West Coast. The middle one really getting banged like that. Like, yeah, the French was there as well, but they was heavily concentrated in Louisiana. And, I got people from there that give a different story than the narrative they give too. But that's their family. I can only speak on mine where I was at in Mississippi, bro. So the only time I really started seeing us going through shit with these motherfuckers was, I seen some fuck shit going on in the early 1900s.
Because I like, now look, right? I got my family from the Delta. My family from Webb, Mississippi, Tunica, Indianola, Brazil, places that ain't even on the map.
Mm-hmm. Right? I know exactly what you're talking about. That we had a town called Stroudstown that is no longer you can find on the map, but it's in the family records. It mainly consists of Louise, Marketing, and Southern Humphrey County and shit. My family is all in Silver City, Midnight, LaFleur, Yazoo, Louise, Marketing, Greenville, Leland, Cards, they're all up along that river.
But and like I'm saying though, so you know that you got slavery all up and through Mississippi in 18.
According to who, bro?
But listen now. Now I'll give you my family story. You know what I'm saying? I got people in my family who worked for the Cotton King in Mississippi for that was a lineage thing, right? We got our family land. We got 300 acres of land.
We still got a town down there called Lamont, Mississippi, right off Highway 81.
Where people fought, bled, and died for about slaves. So you know that the 13 richest people in America in 1860, all the richest people in America were all slaveholders that lived in Mississippi.
Have you ever checked the land records, my brother, in the 1800s? Right.
Wait, hold on, bros.
I won't even go there, bro.
We had 4.5 hours. I'm about to get off of here.
It's all good, brother.
What I want to do though,
hit me up. Let's share information. We can get to it.
Yeah, because I want to. But what I want to do is bring the brother back, because I'm not getting into my questions and stuff right now, because now that I'm listening, you know, I'm like, okay, some things ain't adding up to me that you don't got in your whole family on both sides, mother and father, dating.
Well, honestly, brother, I don't know my father.
Not one. So hold on, bro. Not one.
But that's a powerful admission he just made.
You just said you don't know.
I won't lie. But I'm not gonna lie to nobody, bro. I don't know my father.
So that goes to the point, and then I'm gonna leave after this. That goes to the point that I was trying to make about the multiple lines of ancestry that you have. And the further back you go in each generation, it doubles each time. So if you're not even looking at your father's side of your family, you don't know that you don't have slave ancestry. You don't know it because you don't know your father, and you haven't been able to do the genealogy through your father's side.
I mean, I keep it all the way G, bro. You know, I just been trying to be respectful because I'm about unity before anything. But shit, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I still haven't seen the records to prove the so-called West African slave trade. It's all stories, minimum documentation.
I thought it was gonna come to this. I knew it was gonna come to that.
I mean, but bro, look at how y'all coming at me, bro. I didn't disrespect y'all not one time when y'all said y'all had slaves and shit. I let it slide out of respect.
Wait, hold on, bro, because you going somewhere else with it that we didn't go with it. We didn't disrespect.
I mean, he just called me a liar, though, bro. Like, you know, when I'm talking about my personal family, I did not once call him a liar, even though that's how I felt, bro.
He just said that how can you say that you don't have slave ancestry and you've not even looked at your father's side?
I can respect that. You feel me? But at the end of the day, I mean, my personal belief, I still haven't really seen the evidence to prove that majority of black folks had by slavery.
Look, bro, send me an email, lordabba@gmail.com. LORDABBA.
No, I'm gonna drop mine in the back, my brother. You can just hit me and shit. You feel me? You can get at me at any time, my brother.
I'm gonna put my email in the price.
And you know, I just want to say for the record, bro, I came up here with respect because I respect people that's been in the game for a long time that was putting in lead work, and it's all about the unification of our people right here. You feel me? So we can get ourselves up out of these low, bottom at the pole ass situations and shit, because that's the most important thing. You feel me?
No doubt.
And it's all respect, brother. You feel me?
Yeah. I was trying to get to that, so but I appreciate it.
One, I don't. Oh, I go. Okay, he's employing what you say. All right, cool. So we gonna get you. Yeah, let me put your email address in the inbox because we gonna bring you. Like
most definitely, brother.
We research specialists over here, and the whole time the whole time you're talking, I'm sitting here quiet because I'm researching, and I can't get into the questions that I want to get into because I gotta get off here. I gotta make a phone call on top of that. So. We gonna bring you back on the bill one of these days, like soon. So family,
and I answer my emails, brother. You feel me?
Cool. So family, thank y'all for listening in. I know this has been a long one, but most of y'all stay with us. We just gonna get up out of here, man.
All right, peace.
Man, I appreciate y'all, brothers.
I usually go around the table, but
No
I gotta get up out of here.
No doubt, true.
Don't just fight
That's
the power,
it.
become
That's
the
it.
Hey,
power.
thank you for not
Then
beating
you
up
have the
on me,
power to
man.
make a change.
No doubt.
Peace.
Peace.